Chapter 1 Origins. It's mid-evening as two travelers are walking towards the border of Fire Country. The older man, who looked to be in his mid-50s, had white spiky hair with two shoulder-length bangs hanging down the side of his face while the rest was tied back in a ponytail. His forehead sported a metal headband with two horn-like protrusions at the top opposite sides from one another, while it had the kanji for oil etched into the middle. His face, although not wrinkled, showed his age. Two red lines running down from the bottom of his eyelids to the edge of his cheeks. He wore a dark green short kimono with matching pants. Over it he wore a red coat vest, and under it all he wore mesh armor. Finishing his attire were the two getas on his feet clacking with every step he took. Next to him walked a sun-kissed blonde boy, no older than 14. Though he wore a blue headband with a metal plate where a leaf was etched into it, it barely kept his wild, spiky hair out of his whiskered tanned face. His attire of choice was an orange jumpsuit with blue running across the top of his shoulders and waistline, along with the blue sandals he wore. Blue eyes that normally were full of curiosity and excitement seemed to hold a dull boredom. "Hey, pervy sage, where are we going? And when will we get there?" whined the blonde in a slightly deep but raspy voice. The now known sage, though more so known as the Toad Sage than the title his traveling companion dubbed him with, sighed and rubbed his temples. "Naruto, I've told you 5 times already. We are heading for Hot Spring Country, and it will take an hour more before we get there. And how many times have I told you not to call me that? It's Jiraiya or Sensei at the very least." Naruto merely shrugged his shoulders in "I don't care" fashion. "I can't help it that you are a pervert. Besides, the fact that we're going to a place called Hot Springs tells me what you plan to do," muttered Naruto. Jiraiya turned his nose up as if offended. "Geez, what did I do to deserve this? Although the brat's spot on about why I'm heading there, but I won't tell him that," thought Jiraiya while hiding a perverse grin. The two continued the rest of the way in silence. As Naruto and Jiraiya pass over the border separating Fire Country and Hot Spring Country, they were greeted by the view of a nearby town. Both grinned at the sight, though Jiraiya's grin seems more lecherous while Naruto's seems to come from relief. After entering the town, they set off for the nearest hotel. Getting in their room and setting his luggage down, Jiraiya turns to Naruto and opens his mouth to speak, but before he can utter a sentence, Yeah, go on and do your research," said Naruto with obvious sarcasm. As Jiraiya was leaving to peep on the unsuspecting women at the mini hot springs, he could have sworn Naruto was eager to be rid of him. Then again, he really didn't care. Why bother with it? As soon as his sensei's footsteps could no longer be heard, Naruto began digging through the old perv's pack. Pushing aside old scrolls and spare clothing, he pulled out a small but thick black notebook. Unclasping the strap that kept the book closed, he opened the book and began flipping through the pages till he came to a small picture. The picture was of a woman of at least 20 that had long red hair and lively blue eyes. Naruto smiled warmly at the picture of his mother. Flashback 2 months ago. It had been a few weeks into the training trip when Naruto had stumbled upon Jiraiya's diary. He originally searched through it hoping to find a few jutsu to practice, seeing as Jiraiya seemed to be taking too long to train him. But as Naruto skimmed through the book, he came upon a sentence near the end of the diary that made him freeze. He reread the sentence pertaining to how Jiraiya's favorite student Minato was planning to name his child Naruto, after a character in the perverted sage's book. At first, Naruto thought it was a mere coincidence, but something in the back of his mind kept nagging him about it. Deciding to abandon his Jutsu search, he turned his attention to finding out everything he could about Minato Namikaze and the possible connection to himself. He would read the diary every chance he got when Jiraiya wasn't around, especially when he was out peeping, and put it back once he returned. He had thought about asking the owner of the diary, but then thought against it. Even if Jiraiya knew the truth he hadn't told Naruto, why would he tell him now? As the weeks went by, Naruto became convinced more and more that Minato was his father. But the final proof he found was when he came upon the name Kushina Uzumaki. There was no doubt in his mind as he read the passage talking about Minato's wife. After Naruto had found the name of his mother, he decided to turn his attention to her and find out as much as he could. Eventually, he had come across a picture of her. He had relished in the fact that he had his mother's face along with the shape of her eye. In a flashback, Naruto began skimming through the diary, once again using what little time, or as little as he thought it was, he had while Jiraiya was researching to do a little researching himself. He had discovered many things about his parents, but the most interesting thing he had discovered was that his mother was not born in the Hidden Leaf Village, but in the village hidden among the whirling tides. Unfortunately, the diary didn't hold much about his mom's home village other than it was destroyed, thus sending his mom to Konoha. He continued reading for nearly 40 minutes and then closed the book. Having just finished reading the last of anything pertaining to his parents, he put the book away. He felt a mixture of pride, uneasiness, and yearning. Pride in knowing his lineage, uneasiness in the many things he discovered about Konoha, like the fact that he had been lied to most of his life. And let's not forget, it was his own father that sealed the nine-tails fox inside him. He didn't hate those responsible, but he felt hurt by their actions. A yearning came to him due to the fact that Jiraiya's diary was just that, his diary. It was sheer luck that it held the little information about Naruto's parents as it did. I feel like a child that's been teased, thought Naruto solemnly. 3 months later, since Naruto had finished reading the diary, he returned all his time to his training. With his research on his parents ending, or for better word, coming to a dead end, he decided to return to the original goal of his 2-year trip from Konoha. As Naruto trained, Jiraiya would slowly move them further and further along the coastline of Hot Spring Country, traveling from one town to the next. Naruto, having woken up in their newest hotel room, prepared for his daily exercises. Once finished with his upper and lower body workout, he began jogging laps around the town. It was during his second lap that he saw a decorated sign set up for tourists at the edge of the beach. Guess I might as well take a break and see what the sign's about, thought Naruto, taking quick puffs of air as he jogged over to the sign. All thoughts of breathing left his mind as he saw what the sign had written on it. At one point in his life, he had fought someone that had believed in fate. Back then, Naruto had thought that was nothing but bullshit. Right now, though he wasn't so sure. I guess I should apologize to Niji next time I see him, whispered Naruto. The sign in front of him read out in big red letters, "Ruins of the village hidden among whirling tides." And behind the sign, sure enough, was a large island several miles away from the beach. Naruto had stood there staring at the island for what felt like hours. After a while, he decided to do what he was best known for, something brash and unexpected. He began running across the water, pushing chakra to his feet so he wouldn't sink. For hours, he traveled across the ocean. He was so focused on the island itself that he never saw the various whirlpools surrounding it. Almost there. Good thing my chakra has lasted this long, otherwise I would age. The second his foot touched the whirlpool, it swept him into it within a second. The best chakra control in the world couldn't save him from its wrath. As it sunk him further to the ocean floor, he somehow escaped the whirlpool's hold just to be snatched up by the tide, slamming his body repeatedly into the ocean floor and dragging him along the reef-infested ground. He had tried his best to hold on to consciousness, but eventually lost the fight. Waking up coughing water and gasping for air wasn't a pleasant way to start the day or night if the dark sky was anything to go by. He ran his fingers through the sand surrounding him, his clothes bloodied and torn in various places. Naruto looked around, trying to get a hold of his surroundings. The moon was out, shining its lunar light, and the sound of swirling water could be heard off in the distance. As he slowly got up, he felt his body shake with every effort he made to rise. When he finally did stand straight, he lurched forward, puking blood. As much as I hate the damn fox, if it wasn't for him healing me, I would be fish food right now, thought Naruto. Once again, luck was on his side as he noticed he had made it onto the hidden village island instead of back on hot spring country. With nothing better to do, he began trudging to the ruins of his mother's home village. Back in hot spring country, to say Jiraiya was panicking would be a big understatement. When he returned to the hotel earlier and found it empty, he simply thought that Naruto was still out training. But when the clock struck 11 p.m., he knew something was wrong. Jiraiya jumped out the window and began searching for Naruto. I have told him to train no later than 10 p.m. before, so either he's ignoring my rules, which is highly possible, or something has happened. That was 3 hours ago, and he still couldn't find him. I've asked every vendor I've seen, searched every vacant area he might use for training, and even checked the red light district and still haven't found him, thought Jiraiya. He began going over all the facts he had. Okay, he didn't take his luggage with him, so he hasn't left town. The Akatsuki are a good probability, but then again, I've been checking with my informants, making sure I know where they are. I followed Naruto's tracks to the beach, but they disappeared due to the waves. Where the hell is he? Jiraiya continued his search, but the only clue he got was a witness seeing a blonde kid in orange jogging towards the beach. What if the Akatsuki did get him? What am I going to do? What am I going to tell? Jiraiya's thought came to a stop. Suddenly his fear for Naruto transformed into his fear for his own life. What the hell am I going to tell Tsunade? Screamed Jiraiya. Those that knew Tsunade, aka the Slug Princess, and more recently known as the Fifth Hokage, knew that she and Naruto were close and that she saw him as an annoying younger brother. Though annoying, she still had a soft spot for the energetic whisker-faced blonde. Add to the fact that Tsunade had inhuman strength and an already ill temper was bad news. No screw bad news. Jiraiya didn't want to think of the hell he would be walking into when he returned without Naruto. "Where are you, Naruto?" screamed Jiraiya. Back in village hidden among the whirling tides, Uzuka's office. Naruto had spent the last few hours feeding his curiosity in the Uzumaki archives. While there he had picked up many old history books, family trees, and anything else that had contained information on his ancestors' culture. Many would think the young Uzumaki had no talent and no patience for reading and studying. This was true back at the academy, but then again, this was not math or geometry. This was his family history, and he couldn't stop reading on, as if possessed. As he continued reading, he learned several things about his mother's home and about, oh, how he would love to throw this in Sasuke Uchiha's face later, his clan. Just as the Senju and Uchiha were the founders of the Hidden Leaf Village, the Uzumaki were the founders of the village hidden among the whirling tides. And just like the Senju and Uchiha, his clan also had a bloodline limit. Though the Senju could combine water and earth to make and use what element jutsu, and the Uchiha had their Sharingan eyes that could copy one's jutsu and predict their movement, among many other special abilities. But the Uzumaki's blood limit was actually the complete mastery of water elements to such a degree that they could easily combine wind or fire elements with their water element, thus creating ice element and boiling element. And thanks to their mastery of water elements, it took less chakra and effort to perform the various jutsu. He had even learned that the whirlpools surrounding the island were in fact a self-sustaining jutsu casted by the first Uzumaki. Naruto had set the book of his mother's family blood limit aside. Although he was excited about his blood limit, he had several books to read. 3 days later, thanks to the various wildlife and forest surrounding the hidden village, Naruto did not need to leave the island for food. He remained most days simply learning as much as he could about his heritage. All thoughts of training, pervy sage, and Konoha had been abandoned for his curiosity. At first, Naruto had been scared that Jiraiya would find him and drag him away. But then he remembered the many whirlpools surrounding the island that nearly ended his own life. The more he read, the more he wanted to know, such as why did all Uzumakis have red hair, pale complexions, and tended to live long lives? His answer took him back to his mother's blood limit. Somehow the blood limit would affect the genes in a person's body and thus show certain changes such as the pale skin and red hair. Well, I hope I can activate this blood limit. It would so suck if having father's genes kept me from it, thought Naruto rather frantically. As he continued to read, he couldn't help thinking of Sasuke. Though he could not forgive the Uchiha Avenger for abandoning his home village for the sake of power in order to achieve his revenge, he felt a new understanding for his need to rebuild his clan. That's when a thought came to him. If that self-righteous bastard thinks he can revive his clan, why can't I? Whispered Naruto. Immediately, he began thinking of how he would do such a thing. Like they say, money makes the world go round, and I'll need plenty of it to rebuild the village. All right, I'll need money and lots of it. Next, I'll need people. I've done the impossible before, but even I can't repopulate a whole village by myself. And I don't plan on making one of Pervy Sage's fantasies become a reality. Another thing I'll need is strong ninjas. Even with the whirlpool surrounding this place, it still became a ghost town, and my family pretty much bit the dust. Then something occurred to him as he thought of ninjas. Damn it, I completely forgot about Konoha. No doubt Jiraiya has been searching every stone for me, and it's not like they wouldn't send hunters for me if they discovered I willingly left Konoha behind, he frantically thought. He paced back and forth in front of the Uzukage desk, panicking about how he was going to get around all the obstacles he would face if he went down the road to reviving his mother's clan and village. Wait a sec. I shouldn't be getting this scared yet. If I simply change how I dress and wear a wig, I shouldn't bring too much attention to myself. Yeah, that's right, they will be looking for a blonde and orange. But Jiraiya might use the toads to find out where I am. Then again, how would they know? And even if they know, I bet I can talk them into not telling him. Naruto began to calm once these thoughts crossed his mind. He looked at his torn and bloodied jumpsuit, realizing a change of clothes was needed in more ways than one. Thanks to the whirlpools, simple tomb raiders has been unable to approach the island and loot the place. Luckily, blood seals have been placed over the vaults of the scrolls as well. I guess I'll check some of the closed stores and look for a wig while I'm at it. As Naruto continued pacing back and forth, his eyes caught his reflection in a mirror. He instantly looked at his whiskers and realized there would be a dead giveaway of his identity. Guess I will be making a stop for some makeup too. Hey, not like it isn't the first time I looked like a woman, thought Naruto almost gloomily. He continued planning what he would do. How I look will have to wait. I need to start training again. It's not like I can leave the island until I learn how to turn the whirlpools on and off. And repeating how I got here is a Hyuga no. Naruto shuddered visibly at the thought of re-challenging the whirlpools, and the results of last time replayed in his mind. Okay, I think I had enough of tempting death for now. I'll focus on my mother's blood limit, and if I can't use it, I'll just have to focus on water techniques. And if I can't do that, I feel like bushy brows now, thought Naruto, ironically. Chapter 2, The Domino Effect. The room he sat in looked as an office should, with a hint of royalty. Red carpet covered the floor and had dark blue walls. The wall behind him had half of it taken up by windows. If one were to look out of them, you would guess they were at least on the 5th floor. The room itself was rather bare except for the chair he sat in and his desk. There were 2 cushioned couches to the side and a few random pictures hanging on the walls. Naruto stares at the giant mahogany desk before him. Leaning back in his richly cushioned chair and adjusting the Uzukage robes that now adorned him. The robe was worn in 2 layers. The first layer was a simple ocean blue long kimono that had been worn in a fashion that it would fit snug on his upper body, but below the black belt that tied the robe together, he had pulled the robe apart, leaving space so that he could move without hindrance. Over the kimono, he wore a long white kage robe with steel blue stripes that ran along the bottom of his robe and along the cuffs of his wrist. Underneath it all, he wore tight leather armor that covered all but his head, but had slack in the joint areas. The armor had been dyed a dark blue. Completing the outfit was the giant disc-shaped hat that was mostly steel blue except for the curved white triangle at the front of the hat. In the triangle, the kanji for Uzukage had been written in the same color as the hat itself. Along the sides and back ran a simple white cloth that helped shadow his face. He turned his chair to look out the window. Where ruins once lay was a village now full of life and prosperous. He chuckled. To think 2.5 years ago I was stuck on this island with nothing better to do than train, thought Naruto, a look of nostalgia filling his blue eyes. 2.5 years ago, after finding all the scrolls and books that contained information on his mother's blood limit, he headed for a river he had passed by earlier. Luckily, the river was a good distance from the village. The place already looks like a hurricane hit it. I don't need to add to it, thought Naruto morbidly. After finding a nice open area, he sat down and opened the book pertaining to the bloodline itself. Flipping to the first chapter, he read on how to unlock it. He frowned as he read on, eventually smiling with pride. Where other blood limits were gained through stress or a little practice, Mom's is only usable through a lot of hard work. Says here, in order for it to awaken, I must first master water, wind, and fire elemental chakra. Guess I'll start on water, whispered Naruto. It had been 2 weeks since he had started the first phase to master water elemental chakra, and he still had a ways to go. He had been holding the bowel, trying to push the water from one side to the other. The objective was to make the bowel look as if there was an invisible barrier in the middle of the bowel preventing the water from passing through. He had been there for hours today and still could only make the water ripple. Getting frustrated, he let out a growl. Damn it, I have to stay still or I won't be able to tell if I'm actually moving the water with chakra or if it's only moving cause I'm moving. Putting the bowel down, he put his fingers index and middle fingers into a cross hand sign and created a shadow clone next to him. The clone looked at him expectantly. I need you to go and find some food. The clone gave a mock salute and ran off. This had been routine since he had discovered how hard mastering water element was. Sending off a clone to find food while he continued training just seemed like a better idea than he himself wasting time doing both. Picking up the bowel once again, he went back to focusing on his training. The clone had been searching for some time now. It was looking for some fruit thanks to a sweet tooth that kept nagging the original Naruto. Jumping up to an apple tree, he began picking a variety of different colored apples. He couldn't remember which ones tasted sweet, so grabbing a few of each color would have to do. Satisfied with the amount he turned around to jump to the next tree, only to scream and fall backwards. Mere centimeters from his face was a green boa constrictor staring right at him, flicking its tongue. The second he hit the ground, he poofed out of existence. Naruto's concentration had been broken from a sudden barrage of mental images. Grit, I thought I was actually getting somewhere. And my clone fell on his ass, but how did I know that? It's not like he was nearby, asked Naruto. Suddenly an idea popped in his head. He put the bowel down and created another clone, handing the bowel to the clone. The clone looked from him to the bowel, repeating the process 3 times before staring at Naruto with a confused face. What the hell do you want me to do? Asked the clone. Mentally slapping himself, he expected the clone to know. I want you to practice the training I've been doing, but don't do it here, go over there and turn around so I can't see what you're doing, replied Naruto, pointing to a tree. Looking at the bowel again, the clone just shrugged and did as it was told. 10 minutes later, Naruto dispelled the clone. Once again, the images ran through his head. Gaining a new understanding of the water element, he didn't have a second to go. So anything the shadow clones do, I'll know, said Naruto, surprise evident in his voice. Creating 10 more clones, he sent them back to the village, ordering them to find as many usable bowls they could find. As soon as they left, he walked over to the tree his clone was at earlier and picked up his first bowel. Luckily, it was still usable. 30 minutes later, the clones returned with a total of 16 bowels plus the one in his hands. Naruto frowned. He had been hoping for a bit more, but when he considered that they could have come back with none, he didn't really mind. Creating 6 more clones, he began to give them their orders but was interrupted by his stomach. "Could one of you please go get the apples?" muttered Naruto. Since his discovery over the advantage of his shadow clones, Naruto was able to shorten his training significantly. After 4 days of training, he had mastered the first phase. He had thought about trying to have his clones practice the first phase for the other two elements, but quickly thought against it. "The last thing I need is getting 3 different training methods mixed up." After 2 weeks of practice on the second phase, which consisted of him reversing a section of the river's flow, he had it mastered. After 4 more months of training on mastering the other 2 elemental chakra, along with a few jutsus for each element, he felt ready to try his mother's blood limit. Thinking back, he found it strange that molding wind chakra was relative easier than molding fire chakra. Shrugging his shoulders, he picked up the book again and began reading once more. With all 3 elemental chakras mastered, whether or not he would be able to use his mother's blood limit will be determined by if his body could combine the 2 elements. 3 months later, Naruto walked towards the beach. He now wore a simple blue kimono that went down to his knees with blue pants and a red wig that went a little past his shoulders. On his face, he wore a powder that blended in well with his skin, covering his whisker birthmarks effectively. His eyebrows were still blonde, but he'd dye them as soon as he got back to hot spring country. He readjusted the pack he had slung over his shoulder. The last 7 to 8 months of training had paid off. He had actually been able to combine both wind and fire elements with water. His mother's blood limit was at his disposal, and for that he was proud. He could have left the island a month ago, but he wanted to train for another month just to be sure. Checking his pack one last time, making sure he had the scrolls he would need to continue his training, among other things he felt he would need, such as extra makeup, some food, and a little bit of money he found here and there. Afterwards, he walked onto the water and spun through a series of hand signs, deactivating the whirlpools before him. Once he passed the area the whirlpools resided, he turned around and reactivated them. Turning around, once more he sped off towards hot spring country. Present time. A steady knock on the double doors broke Naruto out of his thoughts. He opened his mouth to welcome the person in, but a stern feminine voice interrupted him. "Why do you even bother knocking? It's not like he's going to say no." "It's called being polite, but then again, I wouldn't expect you to know that," replied a softer, yet more forceful feminine voice. "What did you say?" hissed the stern girl. Silence filled the air for a few seconds. To the trained ear, you could hear a slight shift, as if the other girl had just took a pose. Naruto had to cover his mouth to muffle his laughter. This would not be the first time they argued, and he had learned from past incidents that interrupting only led to directing their anger towards him. "I'm saying you don't know how to act like a proper woman," spoke the soft yet forceful girl. "Don't you even start that shit with me." Another shift could be heard, but this sounded forced, as if someone was grabbed. "Got it, bitch," finished the stern girl. Recognizing the end of the discussion, Naruto wiped all humor off his face. The door slammed open and an obviously pissed girl entered. She had long hair that could be argued whether it was a light shade of red or a dark shade of pink. Somehow her hair had a sleek yet wild look to it, with one of her stray bangs running down between her eyebrows and along the right side of her nose. She wore a black bandana with a whirlpool plate. Her eyes were a dark brown. Dressed in a short gray kimono that almost covered a black skin-tight long-sleeve shirt and matching shorts with black sandals. She turned towards the door, glaring at the next girl walking in. Unlike the first girl, she walked in with a sense of pride. Her hair was a rose red and was in an unorthodox style. One side barely went past her chin and appeared unkempt and jagged, while the other side went a little below shoulder length and was neatly combed. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, as she wore a pair of brown framed glasses. She wore a lavender jacket zipped up all the way, but oddly had the bottom undone just enough to expose her navel area. The black shorts on her were, well, short. Her black stockings went up to her mid-thigh, and the shoes were small and seemed to blend in. On her wrist was a whirlpool headband. Both girls looked to be at 16, with the piss girl seemed to have slightly older features. Feeling a glare directed at him, Naruto turned towards the gray-clad Kunoichi, raising a blue leather-covered hand in self-defense. Now before you say anything, I didn't do anything, Taiyuya. Taiyuya scoffed. That's just a dumbass. You didn't do anything. You could have invited us in, instead of just sitting back and snickering. The other girl tilted her glasses by the side, smiling the entire time. And you, don't go thinking this is over with, Karen. I'll deal with your ass later, said Taiyuya. Naruto, to this day, still couldn't believe he had not only adopted / recruited Taiyuya and Karen into his village, but also into his clan as his sisters. He looked at Taiyuya once more, his eyes filled with a sense of gentleness no other man would show her. Taiyuya, still busy glaring at Karen, didn't notice. 1 year and 7 months ago, Naruto had been doing odd jobs in Hot Spring Country for some time now. Naruto was reluctant to leave, yet due to certain roadblocks. The first roadblock was the fact that in order for him to travel to any other country or village besides Lightning Country, he would have to pass through either Fire Country or Sound Territory. Risk being found by Leaf Hunter Nin or Jiraiya and dealing with Grandma Tsunade's wrath was not a pleasant idea, and accidentally running into Orochimaru seemed less than uncomfortable. He had made amazing progress over the last 8 months, but he wouldn't allow himself to think he could take on the world. Very rarely did ninja fights come down to who was stronger, but more so of who was more cunning or who simply had the element of surprise. Needing supplies, he stopped by a general store. Grabbing some much-needed makeup and food, he walked up to the red-headed cashier. She looked familiar, but he didn't pay it any mind. What the fuck are you doing buying makeup for? We use some damn cross-dresser. Naruto's head snapped up, taking a better look at the cashier. It took a moment for the pieces to fit, but once they did, any smarts he had gained over time seemed to have disappeared as he blurted out his exact thoughts. Holy shit, it's you. Taiyuya. Taiyuya looked at Naruto, shock evident on her face. But unlike Naruto, that didn't stop her instincts. She had grabbed and thrown him against the wall so fast that he never saw her pull out the kunai. She held it to his neck with a firm grip, looking for one more reason to slit his throat. All right, fucked her, do you have a minute to explain how the hell you know me? Hissed Taiyuya. It was when I was on a team to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha from you and 3 other guys, replied Naruto. Bullshit, I remember that mission too damn well, and I don't remember a redhead chasing us, countered Taiyuya, her voice laced with hate. Naruto's mind was blank for a few seconds. My wig, take off me wig, blurted out Naruto, frantically having been counting every second to the minute promised. She understood him, if barely. Reaching up, she grabbed the red hair and yanked it off, revealing a head full of medium-length blonde, unruly hair. An image of a blonde, loud mouth, annoying kid instantly played through her head. But that kid had whiskers, and this guy didn't. Suddenly, she remembered the makeup. Her kunoichi mind began processing all the information that lay before her, and finally one thought came to her. He's hiding. Naruto was thanking God. He never thought he'd be so glad to see signs of recognition on someone's face again. Tayuya had slowly let go of him and began to back up. She still held her kunia, but that was to be expected. The two stared at each other for some time before lowering their guard. Both looked at each other with curious, questioning looks. After the tension lifted, they began firing their question back and forth. Naruto began explaining his disguise and the original reason he left Konoha along with his new ambition. After he finished, Tayuya had to admit it took guts for what he was attempting, but never spoke her opinion. Somehow Tayuya had survived her encounter with Temari, and apparently a traveling merchant trying to travel around the border of Sound Country had chanced upon her. When he had found her, she was buried from her waist down in trees and other debris. It was only with a little luck that the merchant had a small shovel and had dug a trench deep enough underneath her so he could drag her out from under it. After that, he carried her to his initial destination, Hot Spring Country. After arriving in a town, she was dropped off at the nearest hospital. After that was her road to recovery. "What about Orochimaru and the cursed seal?" asked Naruto. Tayuya looked as if there was a bitter taste in her mouth. "I still have the cursed seal, but I don't know anything about that trash now. Most likely left me for dead," she replied, barely above a whisper. There was another moment of silence. After a minute or two, they began passing a few more random questions here and there. When it felt like there was nothing more to discuss, Naruto regathered his supplies and paid for them before waving goodbye and leaving the store. As he walked, he thought back to his talk with Tayuya and another discussion he had with Shikamaru. Shikamaru had led the mission to retrieve Sasuke and had been the one to fight Tayuya. As usual, he said the girl was troublesome, but complimented her as a shinobi and further went on to explain that out of all the Sound Force, she seemed to have the most morals. Although now that he had talked to her face to face, she seemed different. Naruto simply chalked it up to loneliness. He could sympathize with her. 8 months being alone had changed Naruto as well. Stopping a block away from the general store, Naruto turned back to look at it. "I can't believe I'm considering this," whispered Naruto. Walking back into the store and back up to Tayuya the entire time, she was giving him a confused look. "I want you to become a part of my family," said Naruto as blunt as possible. Tayuya's brain had frozen. She repeated the sentence in her mind slowly, her face filled with anger. "What did you just say, pervert?" A resounding smack echoed through the town. Naruto, now sporting a red hand mark on his left cheek, slowly lifted himself up. Dumbfounded, he repeated his own sentence, trying to find where he went wrong. He sighed as he realized his screw-up. "Sorry, I didn't mean as one of my wives. I meant more along the lines as a sister," apologized Naruto. Tayuya seemed to calm down, but still kept her aggressive appearance, and quickly responded with a sound no. Naruto, not one to give up easily, had continued to persuade/bug Tayuya. Naruto would eventually have to leave, but came back the next day to try again. This process had continued a week straight before Tadia finally broke down and asked him why her. Well, as you know, I'm trying to rebuild my village, but another thing I want to do is rebuild my clan. I don't want to put just anyone into it, ninja or not. I want people with key features that my clan was known for, and you're pink. Or red hair is a rare thing to find. Add to the fact that you're a damn good ninja with some morals to it. And why wouldn't I want you? Explain Naruto. Taiya, who is only used to people such as Orochimaru, saying she was useful, was shocked. She wasn't used to people complimenting her hair or her skills, and the people that did were just looking for a quick lay. She quickly began thinking of a reply. That's good and an all fuckered, but why should I go along with this? What's in it for me? I'm not a damn charity case. Naruto smiled, but quickly removed it when he saw her begin to get pissed again seeing it. Well, for one, you'll have a good reason to get out of this store. I doubt you really enjoy acting nice to the various strangers that walk in and out of here, stated Naruto. Tayuya nodded, and what else? This second reason is kind of mutual gain. Naruto stopped thinking about when he learned such a word as mutual. Seeing Tayuya grow impatient, he continued. I've been trapped on an island alone for quite a while. Well, you've been trapped here with no one to talk to, but the customers and your boss. It would be nice to have someone to talk to that has something to talk about other than nice day or how's business going, right? Well, you're right about that. Truth be told, I don't know what I'd do if another damn person openly reflects on how nice the weather is. Anything else? Naruto thought a minute. Not really, other than the obvious benefits if I achieve my goals. She stared at him for a few minutes. He was pretty spot on about her predicament. She was tired of this town, and though she wouldn't admit it, she did enjoy their initial conversation before he came back and began bugging her. But she didn't really know him, and despite how dull her life was at the moment, she was tired of being used and tossed aside. How do I know you won't use me? Just to throw me away once you have what you want? Asked Tayuya in a demanding tone. A look of understanding crossed his face. You have a good point. You really can't. But is there a way I can prove myself? This guy just kept surprising her. She had expected him to give some bullshit reason on why she should trust him. Instead, he openly admits she can't and asks her if he could gain her trust. She smirked. Well, there is one way, fucktard, but it won't be easy. Seeing him shrug, she decided to continue on. My flute got destroyed in that last fight. If you can give me another one, I'll join you. But it can't be just any flute. It'll need to be strong enough to withstand a good amount of pressure. In fact, the only place I can think of that would have what I'm looking for is Earth Country. Naruto understood instantly what she was getting at. He had told her his reason behind still being in Hot Spring Country. And now that he thought about it, this was a perfect way to prove himself. He stood weighing the pros and cons. If he was successful, he would have a strong ally and be one step closer to fulfilling his ambition. But if he got caught by either Orochimaru or Leaf, means it would all come to an end. All right, I'll do it, answered Naruto. After writing down the name and description of what type of flute he would be looking for, she sent him on his way. She was expecting the trip to take at least 2.5 weeks, but when he walked in dirty and pale 9 days later, she didn't know what to say. Fortunately for her, she didn't get the chance, as he promptly lost consciousness after taking a few steps in. She dragged him to the back where a rest area was. Propping him up in a corner, she searched his travel bag, finding a rectangular case. Opening it up, sure enough, was exactly what she told him to get down to the finest detail. 1 month later somewhere in Taki. The trip to and from Earth Country, plus the prize for Taiyu's flute, had put Naruto back to square one. But on the bright side with Taiya, now traveling around with him, people were willing to hire him for more expensive missions. Naruto had tried doing some missions on his own before, but thanks to the fact that he was only 15, people were quick to hire other people based on their size and stature. Tuyu's attitude acted like a double-edged knife. Although he was the main target of her crude words, when she turned her attention to possible employers, they tended to be less judgmental. Thanks to better paying jobs, Naruto and Taiya had been collecting money at a faster rate than before. But at the same time, when you include traveling expenses along with resupplying, the amount of money they were saving up was petty. Naruto had been getting irritated lately. Taiya's attitude could only help persuade people to a certain extent, and depending on a mission's difficulty, they would most likely tell them to get lost. He had been trying to hide his irritation, but Taiya had been noticing it. They continued walking through the forest till Taiya wanted answers. "All right, jackass, what's bothering you?" Naruto let a sigh slip, deciding that trying to lie to her would only piss her off. "I'm just a little annoyed that we're not making much progress. If we were just a bit older, we wouldn't be having too much trouble." Nodding her head, "Yeah, well, it's not like it was going to be fucking easy." Sighing again, "I know. If I could find some more ninjas to join my village, then I would be able to send them out and have them help gather money. But most missing nin aren't what I would call trusting, and the ones that can be trusted are either too paranoid or too scared. Besides that, it's not like I can just walk up to just any ninja and ask them to abandon their village and join mine." "You're right about that, jackass. It's not like there's any place that has a big ass number of powerful ninjas with no real allegiances." Taiya stopped walking as soon as she finished her sentence, just realizing something. "He just means..." Having noticed the empty space next to him, Naruto turned around to look at Taiya. "Hey Taiya, you okay?" asked Naruto. "I'm alright, I just realized that there is such a place," said Taiya in a rather low tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Really? Well, where is this place?" Taiya shook her head. "You're not going to like the answer," thought Taiya. Deciding to answer anyway, she spoke. "It's in Sound Country, one of Orochimaru's prisons." 2 days later, Taiya had explained how Orochimaru had a few prisons in Sound Country. She continued to tell Naruto how Orochimaru would capture ninjas and even clans of ninjas that had rare blood limits or had powerful jutsus, and how one particular prison was not only huge, but housed some of the strongest ninjas. Naruto had asked Taiya to help him break into this prison. She agreed, but only because if they were successful, it would cause Orochimaru to lose a rather large number of test subjects and piss him off in the process. Right now, they were running through the stone wall-clad prison, looking for any traps or guards nearby. The place had several winding passages with several doors lining both sides of the walls. Many doors had several seals imprinted on them, and the only source of light were torches being powered by certain seals. To Naruto, the place felt like a maze, and had decided to make several mental notes of particular structures that stood out and the turns they made through the prison. "Hey, shouldn't there be some guards?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, I don't understand what the fuck's going on," said Taiya, looking around at the guardless prison. Maybe that pale asshole decided that this place didn't need guards anymore. Well, if that's the case, let's split up and try to find the warden's office, said Naruto. Nodding her head in understanding, she began running down one path while Naruto took another. Naruto continued walking through the prison for another 5 minutes before coming across a corridor with only one door at the end. Walking up to the door, he could see that it was bare of any seals. Opening the door, he smiled at seeing a room with a big work desk and several filing cabinets lined up behind it with a simple bed sitting over in corner. Taking a step into the door, he was stopped by a kunai placed against his neck. "Don't take another step forward," commanded a soft feminine voice. Looking down, he saw the kunai being clumsily held at his neck by a soft pale hand. Tilting his head, he saw the owner of said hand behind him. She was no older than him and had long rose-red hair. On her face was small glasses, and she dressed rather skimpy. He could easily get out of this, but decided to play along. "How did you know I was here?" asked Naruto. "I sense your chakra," she answered. Naruto frowned, as if I had lowered my chakra level, and with as many prisoners that are here, there's no way you would be able to tell me apart from them. The girl smiled before proudly answering, "I'm not like other sensors. My sensing ability is one of a kind. With it, I can sense multiple people and tell them apart. I knew you were here the second you came within 9 feet of this prison. Now who are you and why are you here? Oh, and don't bother lying. I'll know you're lying by the fluctuations in your chakra." A smile grew on Naruto's face. "That's really impressive," admitted Naruto. A split second was all Naruto needed to snatch the kunai out of her hand, grab her arm, throwing her over his shoulder and into the room. He stood in the doorway, effectively blocking the only exit. "My name's Naruto Uzumaki. Now, what's yours?" asked Naruto. The girl looked at him, seeing no harm in doing so and hoping to buy time to think, she answered. "Karen, just Karen." "Kara, how would you like to join my clan?" asked Naruto. Before Karen could ask him what he was talking about, he began explaining about his goal and his objective in coming to the prison. He made sure to inform her that he did not want her as a wife, but merely wanted her in his clan due to her red hair and unique talent. "So what do you say? Want to join my clan and help?" "And why should I betray Orochimaru and go with you?" asked Karen. "Because eventually he will betray you," stated Naruto. Karen was confused. She could tell he wasn't lying, but then again, maybe it was due to the fact that he didn't know Orochimaru and simply believed what he thought. "And I should believe you over him. After my village was destroyed, he gave me a place to stay. He's never lied to me. Why would he betray me?" said Karen, daring him to answer. Naruto simply began laughing. "Who's to say that it was not Orochimaru himself who had your village destroyed? And as far as lying goes, well, Orochimaru has always had a way with words. There's a way around your lie detector." She narrowed her eyes at him, as if was her only response. "Fine then. How about this then? You ask me a few questions and I'll answer them without telling you the real answer. The first time I'll tell the truth. If you can honestly tell I'm lying to you, I'll step aside and let you walk right out of here. But if I succeed, then you have to join my clan," said Naruto. Karen stood there a minute thinking over his challenge. "Fine then, but don't be disappointed when I bust you." Naruto simply smiled. "I'll ask you 3 questions. First question, What is your favorite food? Asked Karen. I have to say, Dango's a nice snack, responded Naruto. Second question, what's your favorite activity? I really do enjoy reading about my family's history. Third question, you were once a Konoha nin. Why did you leave? Many people in Konoha lied to me. Karen had stared at him. He had told her the truth, but something didn't seem right. The way he answered reminded her of Orochimaru somewhat. The way he seemed to have been talking about something else, but answering her questions at the same time. Okay, go ahead and try to lie to me this time, said Karen. Naruto's smiled widened greatly. But I did lie to you. Karen's eyes widened. Don't screw with me. I know you didn't lie. Well, I guess I'll just have to prove you wrong, said Naruto, his grin never leaving his face. My favorite food is ramen, and my favorite activity is learning new jutsus. I left Konoha so I could rebuild my mother's home village and clan, stated Naruto. Karen back up till she felt the wall on her back. How did you do it? How did you lie to me without me detecting it? Asked Karen, obviously frightened. Well, to be fair, I never really did lie, but I never really answered your questions either. I simply stated facts in a way that it appeared I was answering your question. Orochimaru probably does the same thing, said Naruto. Why should I trust you either then? You just proved you know a way around my lie detector, said Karen sadly. Her self-esteem broken. Cause jackass here isn't smart enough to talk like that all the time, answered Taiya, walking around the corner and making herself known. Taiya had been there the whole time, but thanks to the fact that Karen was so focused on Naruto, she never detected her. Hey Taiya, I was wondering when you would show yourself, said Naruto, keeping his eyes on Karen the entire time. Having heard Taiya's name, Karen looks toward her. Taiya, as in one of the sound for. Naruto looks to Taiya. Know each other? She wouldn't know me. I've only been here for a couple months. A lot of people talked about the Sound 4 and its members. But I thought you died, says Karen before Taiya can speak. Almost fucking did. But let me tell you this. You're better working for this jackass than Orochimaru. I was one of his top 4, and he still abandoned me, said Taiya. Karen understood Taiya, but she still wasn't sure. Why do you trust this guy? Who to say he won't abandon us as well? Said Karen, pointing at Naruto. Naruto, for his part, decided that staying silent was the best thing to do. Karen didn't want to believe him, so he decided to let Taiya do the talking. I don't fucking blame you for not wanting to trust him. Hell, I was the same way. Even thought the same damn thing. But someone who puts himself and his own dreams at risk just to get me to join him isn't going to abandon me, said Taiya. Karen seemed to soften up after hearing this. When Taiya saw this, she decided to add one last statement in. And besides, you made a fucking deal with him. And now, whether you fucking like it or not, you're a part of Clan Uzumaki. So you better just make the best of it. Thanks to Karen joining, it made it that much easier to free the prisoners. Naruto was just going to free all the prisoners and give his speech on his goal and see who wanted to help and let the others go. But Karen had explained how her sensory abilities worked. After hearing how Karen could not only tell how strong a person was by their chakra, but could also look at a person's chakra and see how dark it was, Naruto decided to let Karen filter through the prisoners first. Of course, not all of the prisoners had agreed to join Naruto and help him accomplish his dream, but many that were grateful for Naruto for rescuing them did. Naruto now had over 400 ninjas added to his cause. After returning to the hidden village of the Whirling Waves, Naruto informed his new ninja what the current goal was and sent them out to go on missions. Naruto, Tia, and Karen had remained at the village for a few weeks to ensure that fights didn't break out between ninja clans, and so Naruto could turn the whirlpools on and off for ninjas leaving out for missions and returning. After 3 weeks, Naruto had taught a few of the ninjas how to turn the whirlpools on and off and had decided to head out and help collect money. Present time. Taiya, having finished glaring at Karen, looked back to Naruto, noticing him looking towards her. "Hey, dumbass, what you looking at?" Naruto didn't respond. "Dumbass, I asked you what the hell you're looking at." Still no response. "Is he asleep?" asked Karen, her voice carrying a hint of concern. Not having any patience today, Taiya walked around the desk and slapped him over the head. The slap had knocked off the Uzumaki hat he was wearing, revealing his face. His crimson red hair, though not as long as hers, was pretty damn close. His face no longer sported the whisker like birthmarks and was pale. She couldn't help but smile when she remembered how these changes came and how freaked out Naruto was. It took him 30 minutes to remember that his bloodline altered his genes. The transition from tan blonde to pale redhead took nearly a month to complete. "How, sis, did you have to hit so hard?" asked Naruto in an annoyed manner. "I wouldn't have had to hit you at all if you weren't daydreaming, dumbass," replied Taiya. Deciding to get on to business, Karen interrupted by dropping a stack of papers and a few scrolls on his desk onto Naruto's desk. "Here are the mission reports, and the scrolls are new missions from the hot spring Demio. Also, Tazuna wants you to know that some of the civilian council have concerns about taxes," said Karen. Naruto looked at Karen, letting her know he was paying attention. He owed it to her. She had become his secretary in a ways, from filing papers to reminding him of urgent business. She had helped contribute to the village in many ways. He couldn't help but think that if it wasn't for her, the village would not have been formed so quickly. In fact, had he not had her with him, one day the village would have taken another 8 years to get where it was now. 1 year and 4 months ago, Naruto, Karen, and Taiya were walking through grass country for some time. Thanks to Naruto's physical changes, he no longer needed the wig or makeup to disguise himself. Karen had suddenly stopped looking to her right into a forest, a look of confusion on her face. "Karen, what's up?" asked Naruto. "There are 2 strong chakra sources nearby," said Karen. Taiya rolled her eyes. "So what? We've run into several fucking strong people. I can't explain how, but one of them has an affinity to all 5 elemental chakras," said Karen. Both Naruto and Taiya became shocked and began staring at the forest. "That's not fucking possible. There's no damn way someone could do that. You sure you're not just sensing 5 people?" Taiya asked. Karen shook her head. "No, this is definitely one person. The other one has a weird chakra as well, but I don't understand it really." "Let's go have a look," said Naruto. "Have you fucking lost it, jackass? She just told us there's a chakra source doing the impossible, and you want to see what the fuck it is," said Taiya, a little frantic. Naruto stopped for a second. "I don't plan to get too close. I just want to see who or what is capable of doing such a thing." Having said that, he continued forward. Taiya and Karen followed him, both not liking the idea. They walked on for a few minutes before Karen stopped them. All right, the chakra sources are about 25 feet in front of us. They looked forward but couldn't see anything except for a clearing in the forest. In the middle of the clearing appeared to be a door lying on the ground. Before any of them could wonder, it swung open. They instantly went into hiding. Watching from afar, they saw two figures walk out of the now confirmed underground passage. The second they looked at their cloaks, the group froze. Both members wore long black cloaks with red clouds. While they were too far away to see much, they could tell that one carried some weird three-blade scythe, and the other had a mask on covering his entire head. Luckily for them, after the two Akatsuki members closed the door and covered it with dirt, they headed in the opposite direction. Well, are you fucking happy now? Or would you like another turn at curiosity killed the fucking cat? Whispered Tayuya. Naruto looked apologetic towards Tayuya. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to try and fight them. But I'm curious about what they were doing underground. Well, if you want to, there's no one in there that I can sense, said Karen. Having heard that, Naruto headed for the hidden passage and entered, Tayuya and Karen following behind. At the end of the passage was a room that had metal cabinets lining the walls. Naruto walked up to the nearest cabinet and opened it. His eyes widened at the sight before him. Holy shit was all he could say. Having heard him, Tayuya and Karen walked over to see what had him stuck in awe. The second they saw what he was looking at caused them to join in his shock. After a few seconds passed, Tayuya went to the nearest cabinet, opening it only to find the same thing. Inside the cabinets were lots and lots of money. She opened one cabinet to the next, only to find more money stashed away in each one. Finally snapping out of his shock, Naruto began laughing as if he had been told the best joke ever. Tayuya and Karen soon joined him. It felt like hours before they could finally calm themselves. Naruto created 30 clones and had half of them transform into large bags. Without being told Naruto, his clones, Karen and Tayuya began grabbing as much money as they could and dumping it into the bags, smiling the entire time. 3 days later, to the ninjas of the village hidden among the whirling pools, the sight they saw was rather comical. Their leader, or to be correct, multiple copies of their leader along with his two siblings, had just dashed by jumping from roof to roof while carrying big heavy bags. When Naruto, Karen, and Tayuya had reached the Uzumaki building, once inside, they dumped their loads onto the ground, and Naruto dispelled his clones. He wiped the sweat of his forehead. Karen never took her eyes off of the bags and bags of money. How fucking much do you think that is? Asked Tayuya, finally voicing what they were all thinking. Well, I don't know how much exactly, but if I had to go by how heavy they are, I'd have to say at least 7. 10 billion Rio, said Naruto. I guess the only way we're really going to know is if we count it all, said Karen. Tayuya sighed, but that's a lot of damn money to count. After they had counted all the money, they couldn't help but laugh and shout. Many of the other ninjas swore they were partying. After they had taken a chunk out of the money, they would need to pay for rebuilding the village. Karen had suggested taking a portion of the remaining funds and actually buy hot spring country. Naruto had thought this over and had decided that they would attempt this after the repairs were done and over with. The next day, he had taken the amount needed for repairs and headed off for the Land of Waves. Once there, he made a beeline for Tezuna's house. Knocking at the door, he waited impatiently. He had wanted to come back for a while now, But between everything that happened in Konoha and his new dream, he just didn't have time. Fortunately for the next part, he would need someone of Tezuna's expertise. It was rather funny to Naruto when he reintroduced himself to Tezuna, Tsunami, and Inari. The poor old drunk nearly dropped his sake bottle, and actually did when he explained his reason for being there. Initially, Tezuna thought he was joking, but that idea vanished when Naruto showed him his payment for the job. Tezuna's first question to Naruto was what bank he robbed. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at how close to the truth Tezuna was. Once everything was set and ready, Naruto had left with Tezuna, his family, and his carpenters on a boat back to his village. 2 weeks later, the repairs to the village were going great. Tezuna had acted like a slave driver. He would sometimes shout to the men that they were rebuilding their hero's village, and this would be the only way they could ever repay him. Naruto smiled at this. One day, he had pulled Tezuna aside to offer him a chance to live in the village once it was done. Tezuna thought about it. On one hand, once the repairs were done, the place would look amazing. But on the other hand, he would be leaving behind friends. Seeing the doubtful look on Tezuna's face, Naruto decided to twist the poor man's arm by talking to Inari about the idea, telling him how cool it would be and how he would even have a chance to become a ninja. Tezuna couldn't decide whether to be happy for Inari or to deck Naruto and wipe that damn grin off his face. Eventually, he gave into the idea and told Naruto yes, and decided to agree on it with a nice, strong handshake. Naruto, assuming that it was merely a friendly handshake, was not prepared for when Tezuna's grip suddenly got 5 times stronger, which had caused Naruto's hand to whine in protest with a series of cracks and pops. Inari, too caught up in his daydream of how it would be to be a ninja, was oblivious to Naruto's pained look or the noise his hand was making. After finally getting his hands free, Naruto had decided to let Tezuna get back to work while promising to himself to get him back eventually. While watching Tezuna work, he couldn't help but remember his first mission to Wave and of Zabuza along with Haku. It then occurred to him that he had yet to visit Kiri. He had avoided it thanks to the bloodline hunt, but decided it was time to go and see Kiri's situation. For days later, he had taken Karen with him and gotten on a boat set for Kiri. Once there, he had begun gathering information on how things were going. Apparently, Kiri was in the middle of a civil war due to the bloodline hunt. Initially, Karen had suggested that they leave for Naruto's safety, but Naruto said that he wasn't planning on leaving. Over the year, Naruto had learned to mask his anger, but Karen could tell that Naruto was pissed even though he didn't show it. Naruto had asked Karen to try and find a large group of people with possible bloodlines. It didn't take Karen long to do so, and they headed for a large rundown building. As they entered, Naruto had immediately jumped to the side, pushing Karen along with him to avoid a barrage of shurikens and jutsu thrown by the mist rebel ninjas. "Stop, I'm not your enemy," shouted Naruto in the hopes they listened. Ignoring his plea, they continued to attack. Deciding that he wasn't going to get through to them with words, Naruto flipped through 4 hand seals. Ice style, frozen wall encampment jutsu. A wall of water surrounded Naruto and Karen before freezing. When the rebels saw this, they stopped immediately. Naruto canceled his jutsu once he was sure they would no longer attack. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s approached Naruto. She had unbelievably long auburn hair that went down to her ankles and had 4 bangs too, of which that covered her right eye and crisscrossed at the ends. She wore a blue dress that hung onto the sides of her upper arms, while the dress only went up to the underside of her well-endowed breast. She wore a mesh shirt that covered the rest of her breast and stopped at her shoulders. She wore high-heel boots that went up to her knees, and apparently the women liked the color blue because she wore blue lipstick and nail polish. Naruto would admit the woman had an air about her that screamed sexy but powerful. "I'm sorry for our attack. We've been on edge lately, and when we saw you coming, we thought you were spies sent here. I'm the leader of this rebel faction. My name's Mei Terumi." Naruto, still caught up in Mei's looks, didn't respond. Karen, having sensed his emotions through his chakra, had decided to jab him in his side with a quick elbow. "Ow, hey." "Yeah, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and this is my sister Karen Uzumaki," said Naruto, a slight blush on his face showing his embarrassment. Some of the rebels had laughed at the situation, understanding full well his thoughts. "So why did you come here? Are you hoping to join us?" asked Mei. Naruto took a moment to think before speaking. "Well, yes and no. We're not from here. I came here originally to see how Kiri was doing. But when I heard how this civil war was still going on, I decided that I would offer you my services for a price, of course. As you saw, I have a blood limit, and Karen here is an advanced sensor. It was thanks to her that I was able to find this base. I had her focus on finding a large group of people with blood limits. Many rebels were impressed by Karen's ability." "Mind if I test how good she is?" asked Mei. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "Sure, go ahead." "All right, why don't you tell me all you can find out about my chakra?" asked Mei. Karen had taken a little time to analyze her. "Your affinities are earth, water, and fire. Your blood limit allows you to combine earth and fire to form lava elemental chakra, and oh hey, she's like you, Naruto. She can combine water and fire to form boil elemental chakra like you." Mei gave an impressed look at Karen before shifting her gaze to Naruto. "So you can also use boil along with ice. Impressive. So how much would it take to hire you too? We could certainly use your help." "Well, my price is more of a deal, to be exact. If I help you, I want you to make an alliance between our 2 villages," said Naruto. Naruto then went on to explain his goal and just how close he was to achieving. It was safe to say that everyone in the building sported shocked faces by the time Naruto's explanation was done. Once she was over her shock, Mei thought about what an alliance with Naruto would mean. "I have to admit, that's rather amazing to say the least. This deal of yours is actually beneficial to us as well. Once we get rid of the current Mizukage, we'll be left in a state of chaos. Yagura's ways won't just disappear overnight, and it will take some time before his influence is gone. If we make the alliance, other countries will be less inclined to take advantage of our state," said Mei, holding out a hand towards Naruto. Naruto took a hold of her hand. "So, I take it we have a deal." Mei gave him a nod. "Yes, we have a deal." For the next 2 months, Mei had led the rebels in hit-and-run tactics, slowly weakening down Yagura's forces. With Karen aiding them, she could not only prepare them for offensive strikes, but could also warn them of when a group of mist ninja were getting close. Naruto had been aiding in the fights as much as he could with his Jutsus, and had been the heavy hitter for their attack forces. Mei had noticed that Naruto had been favoring his ice Jutsus over his boil Jutsu, had decided to ask why. Well, he told her it was due to the fact that he knew very little boil-style Jutsu, and that it was harder for him to mold the chakra. To pull them off, she decided to teach him one of her boil jutsu. She taught him the boil style, skilled mist jutsu. Naruto had picked up on it rather fast and had discovered it was a rather good way to practice molding boil chakra due to the fact that it only required one hand sign. Thanks to their efforts, the rebels had been making good progress. May, having felt that it was time to attempt an attack on Yagura, had gathered them and began explaining the plan. The idea was to have most of the rebel forces keep Yagura's mist ninja occupied, while May, a few rebels of her choice, and Naruto would attack Yagura himself and assassinate him. May had told Karen that she wanted her to find a well-hidden spot and warn them over the radios of reinforcements and where Yagura's forces were. A few hours after midnight, the night guards patrolling the Mizukage building had gone into a defensive stance when a thick mist suddenly rolled in. Two heavily clothed rebels had jumped through the mist and thrown kunais at them. The night guards had tried to reach their own weapons and tried to deflect the oncoming kunais, but found that their bodies felt stiff and the movements had become sluggish. It was too late when they realized how cold the mist that surrounded them was, and the kunais ended their lives. Naruto canceled his jutsu, revealing himself and a shivering May. That was rather impressive how you combined your ice element with a hidden mist jutsu. I just wish it didn't affect me as well, said May, practically hugging herself, trying to warm up. Naruto couldn't help but snicker. I told you to dress in warmer clothes. May shot Naruto a glare before moving on into the building with Naruto and the other two rebels following behind. A series of explosions went off, signaling that the other rebels had begun their attack. With stealth no longer an option, they ran down the hallway, turning here and there until they saw a set of double doors at the end. May gathered chakra to her mouth and spat out 5 globs of magma. The globs broke through the door and hit the ANBU waiting to ambush them. One of them had survived and rushed towards May, attempting to cut her in half with his katana, but was met halfway by Naruto, who blocked his strike with a kunai. Naruto focused wind chakra into his kunai and cut through the ANBU's katana and neck as if they were butter, splattering his blood across the wall. As soon as everyone was in Mizukage's office, which resembled a large throne room more so than an office, May turned towards the broken doors and shot a long stream of magma, effectively covering them and blocking the only escape route. When Naruto had been told about all the things Yagura had done, he expected a strong-looking man with either a motionless mask on or an evil sneer adorning his face. But what stood before him blew his idea out of the water. Yagura looked a few years younger than Naruto. He had gray, messy hair and pink pupilless eyes. Under his left eye, he had stitches running down to the bottom of his cheek. He wore a gray short-sleeved shirt with matching pants. Over it, he wore a green poncho over his shoulders and a sash around his waist. Unlike most ninjas who wore sandals, Yagura wore brown boots. On his back hung a staff with uneven hooks on both ends. His pink eyes looked at them with obvious boredom. I see someone has once again come to take my life, said Yagura with a voice that sounded far older than he looked. Naruto had expected May to give one of those heroic speeches, but instead she opted to use her skilled mist jutsu and spewed an acidic haze at Yagura. Narratorializing that his ice-style jutsus would only get in the way, began a series of hand seal for a strong boil jutsu. Before he could finish, a heavily burned Yagura had jumped towards him, swinging his staff to impale him on its hook. Naruto abandoned his jutsu and caught the staff just barely an inch from his heart. He held onto the staff and refused to let go in hopes of giving the others a chance to attack, or at least force Yagura to abandon his weapon. Yagura noticed the two rebels charging at him from behind. He increased his chakra immensely and yanked the staff out of Naruto's grasp, causing him to lose his balance. Yagura then swung his staff, knocking the two rebels away, while in the same motion tripped Naruto with the other end. He then swung his staff downward towards Naruto, only to be forced to dodge as Mei began spitting globs of magma at him. Naruto took this time to get up and pull out one of his kunais, infusing it with wind chakra. As soon as Yagura's foot left the ground as he jumped back to avoid another magma glob, Naruto launched his kunai at him. Yagura having no way to dodge it, he spun his staff in an attempt to deflect it. The kunai carved through the staff and sailed through Yagura's right lung. Yagura fell down to the ground, leaving a long trail of blood, and grasped his wound and began wheezing as if he couldn't breathe. Seeing this, Mei shot a stream of magma over Yagura, covering him. Mei and the other two rebels smiled. Naruto, however, had a bad feeling. For some reason, he knew it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, the magma was blown away, revealing Yagura completely healed and covered in a green cloak of chakra that had a tail lazily dragging across the ground. Mei and the other two rebels had been shocked by the fact that Yagura had survived. Naruto was shocked to discover that Yagura was a Jinchuriki. Yagura immediately began a long sequence of hand seals. "Water style, water dragon bullet," yelled Yagura with a water dragon forming above him. Having snapped out of their shock, Naruto and Mei jumped away from each other, just barely avoiding the attack. The water dragon shot past them and crashed through the wall. Yagura had dashed towards them as if to attack. Mei and Naruto prepared to counter only for Yagura to run past them and jump through the hole made from his jutsu. They immediately chased after him while the other two rebels just stood there, unable to move thanks to their fear. Yagura had sped off towards the ocean and didn't stop till he was a good ways out. Naruto and Mei had stopped a few feet away. Both sides had stared each other down, waiting for the other to make the first move. Yagura's patience ran out and his chakra increased once more as his chakra cloak gained a second tail. Mei, unprepared for Yagura's new speed, received an overhead kick and sent flying. Naruto enveloped himself in a red cloak of chakra sporting one tail in hopes of at least keeping up with Yagura. Though he was able to keep himself from taking any damage, Yagura's speed was greater and kept him on the defense. Mei had returned to the fight and began aiding Naruto. Thanks to Yagura's focus being split on both of them, they were able to land quite a few hits on him. Yagura gathered a large amount of chakra and used it to create a shockwave. It had forced Mei to retreat, but did little to impede Naruto. A powerful right straight sent Yagura skipping across the ocean. Naruto had tried to follow up with another attack, only for the Nine-Tails Fox to try and force more power on him. It took all his willpower to force the demon's chakra back. Unfortunately, he also lost his chakra cloak as a result. Damn Fox. I'm useless to Mei if I become a mindless beast, thought Naruto. Mei walked up to Naruto just as Yagura got back on his feet. He was panting and obviously exhausted. "It looks like I'll have to use all of it." Both Naruto and Mei had to jump back as Yagura's chakra cloak exploded and began increasing in size. The chakra thickened and began taking shape. Yagura had taken on the form of the demon locked inside of him. Before them was a gray turtle that towered over them. It had spike-like protrusions covering its head and shell. Behind its body were three tails swishing back and forth in uneven rhythms. "What the hell?" said Mei. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. He knew what happened, but he had thought that only Gaara was capable of creating a body of his demon to fight with. Naruto had jumped away from Mei, trying to put as much distance between them as possible. Mei, having seen this, understood his intentions. He was hoping to keep Yagura from focusing on both of them at once. Naruto launched a volley of explosive kunais, only for Yagura to turn his head and release a shockwave that blew them away. Yagura then swung one of his tails across the ocean, creating a tidal wave. The tidal wave easily swept Naruto away momentarily, removing him from the fight. Mei began launching more lava globs at Yagura, but they didn't seem to be affecting him. It wasn't until one of the globs hit Yagura in between his shell that he screamed in pain. Mei began aiming at the spots not covered in his shell. Yagura dived down into the ocean, making Mei's attack pointless. Yagura reemerged several feet away with a ball of chakra suspended in front of him. He launched the attack at Mei. She had planned to jump away, but when the ball split into two, she froze. The attacks were almost upon her when two hands grabbed her ankles and yanked her under the water. She watched as the chakra balls passed over her and then turned around to see Naruto. They both jumped out of the ocean, applying chakra once more to walk. "Mei, I think I have a way to get him." "How long do you think you could distract him?" said Naruto. "I'm running low on chakra. I've got maybe 5 more shots of lava globs and maybe 3 skilled myths left," replied Mei. "I'll only need a moment, but when you hear me tell you to move, do so." "I'll only have 1 shot to do this," said Naruto. Mei nodded and ran off, tossing a few shurikens that simply bounced off Yagura's body. Yagura then turned to Mei, whipping his tails at her. While this was going on, Naruto went through 3 hand signs and collected a large amount of chakra. Mei was having a difficult time dodging. She shot 2 more lava globs to make Yagura believe she was fighting serious. Something dropped on her, but she didn't notice. She kept dashing from side to side, hoping to keep from being hit. Once again, something dropped on her. This time she did notice. She momentarily looked at the black speck on her hand. Confused, she looked up, and her eyes widened. Unfortunately, this had cost her, as one of Yagura's tail collided with her torso. The attack knocked the wind out of her and sent her skipping across the ocean. Suddenly, it began raining. But the strange thing was that the rain was black. Yagura looked up to see a black cloud as big as his current body releasing the rain. Naruto ran through 7 more hand signs and then breathed in a large amount of air. "I'm really regretting the fact I never learned a lower level jutsu," thought Naruto. "Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet jutsu," screamed Naruto as he expelled a long dragon-shaped flame. The instant the flames connected with Yagura's body, the black rain that covered his body ignited. Yagura screamed as the flames burned his entire body. Satisfied with the results, Naruto ran over to where he saw Mei. She was hunched over and breathing hard. "You okay?" asked Naruto. May took a few more long breaths before replying. "Got a few broken ribs. Otherwise, I'm okay. That was a neat trick you pulled off." "Yeah. Well, don't ask me to do it again. It took me a large amount of chakra to create a big enough cloud for the black rain to cover him, and even more to use that fire jutsu," said Naruto. "Don't you know a lower level fire jutsu?" asked May, a little confused. Naruto shook his head. The flames had begun dying down. Yagura's body was black now and had begun to dissolve. The green chakra resided back into Yagura, revealing a horridly burnt man. He could barely apply the chakra needed to keep himself from sinking, and standing was impossible. May got up and walked over to Yagura, intent on ending it. Naruto had followed behind, but didn't plan to do anything. He believed that May should be the one to end it, not some foreign ninja. Yagura, seeing the two walk towards him, grinned. "So this is what it comes down to. Sorry, but I don't like the idea of just letting myself be killed." He reached for his stomach and began channeling chakra. A confused look crossed May's and Naruto's face. What's he doing? What would channeling chakra to his stomach? Fear flooded Naruto, and oh, don't let him finish. Naruto pulled out a kunai and threw it, not even bothering to channel any wind chakra to it. May, not understanding why Naruto became scared, still acted and launched her last lava glob. The attacks weren't fast enough, and green chakra burst from Yagura once again. Yagura's body went limp and sunk as the last his chakra left his body. The chakra transformed into the three-tailed turtle once more. Naruto began cursing in his mind. The turtle roared, and despite the fact he thought it was pointless, Naruto prepared to fight it again. As Naruto studied the monster before him, something caught his eye, or to be more exact, something in the turtle's eyes caught his attention. Is that a Sharingan?" wondered Naruto. May had just stood there, having barely enough chakra to stand. She knew the most she could do was stay out of Naruto's way. She noticed Naruto's puzzled look. She was about to ask him what was wrong when the three-tails turtle just turned from them and swam away. When it was gone, Naruto relaxed and turned his attention to May. "That was weird." "Yeah, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the face," said May. Naruto noticed May had begun to shake from the effort of staying on the ocean. He grabbed her arm and draped it over his shoulder. May smiled at the kind gesture and leaned on him. Naruto took a moment to stare at the spot that Yagura once occupied. He couldn't understand why he would willingly release his demon. Turning around, he made his way back to land. With Yagura dead and many of the rebels outnumbering them, the Mist Ninjas gave up. Naruto had stayed in Kiri and put into a hospital to rest. He hadn't taken much damage from the fight, but he hadn't been in a tough fight like that in a long time. He never liked the smell of hospitals, too many cleaning supplies used. But thanks to the fact that his other option was to rent a hotel, he decided to enjoy the free room. Why pay money when you don't have to? Besides, he still needed to find out who would be the new Mizukage. Karen had been keeping a check on him and kept him company. A couple days later, May walked in wearing the Mizukage hat. Naruto smiled. "Figured you'd be made the Mizukage," said Naruto. May laughed at that. "Well, it's not like it was easy. I've had to deal with the council, and there's still many who are loyal to Yagura's beliefs." Naruto stayed silent for a second. "May, I need you to do something for me." "And that is?" she asked. "Don't tell anyone else about me. If you have to tell them a different name like Yuri." said Naruto. For a moment there, I thought you were going to ask for something outrageous. Sure, if anyone asks, I'll tell them it was Yuri. I'll be sure to tell the others to do the same, said Mei. Naruto thanked Mei. Afterwards, they had a long discussion of how the treaty between their two villages should work. They talked about if they should just keep the alliance for trading goods, or if they would be assisting each other, and how far that should go. In the end, they agreed to trade goods the other didn't have and would defend one another during times of war, but would not help the other start a war. After the discussion, Naruto told Mei he would be back when his village was up and running to sign the official agreement between their two villages. Before he and Karen left, he wished Mei the best. Present time. Karen continued informing Naruto of some minor problems in the village and how Hot Spring Country was doing, or as it was known nowadays as Whirlpool Country. The daimyo will be sending us the annual taxes and agreed funds next week. It was a good thing we convinced him to continue running the country after we bought it from him. It's hard enough running this village, said Karen. Naruto nodded. Also, there's something the daimyo gave me to give to you. He said a few leaf neens came by and asked him to deliver this to you. Karen pulled out a green scroll from her pack and handed it to him. Naruto looked at it and saw the leaf insignia on it. He opened it up and began reading it, a soft smile growing on his face. Dear Uzumaki, I have been hearing about your village being rebuilt. At one point in time, our villages were allied and would help one another in times of need. I regret the fact that Konoha couldn't help during the rule of the first Hokage. I, as the fifth Hokage, would like to renew our alliance and would like a chance to meet you. I have sent a team of my fastest ninjas to meet with you. Please allow them to meet you so that they can confirm your decision and report back to me. Signed, Tsunade Senju. Karen, please send a few of our people to go back to the daimyo, greet the leaf neens, and have them escorted here. Karen left out the door and did as she was told. Taiya looked at the letter, then to Naruto for a second before voicing the nagging thought running through her head. Do you really think that's a good idea? What if the people sent recognize you, or me for that matter? She asked, more than a little worried. I understand what you mean, but there are three things you have to remember. First of all, I have been going by the name Yuri ever since I left Kiri. Second, I look nothing like I used to. My hair, skin, and body is nothing like it was when I left Konoha. Taiya had to agree with him there. She hated how fast she jumped to conclusions. And as far as them recognizing you, well, as Uzumaki, I can allow anyone into my village, as well as my clan, and give them immunity from other villages and such. If they have a problem with you, they'll just have to take it up with me, and I'll tell them to piss off, said Naruto with a smirk. She smiled at this. The smart thing to do would be to simply hide her. But no, he simply said he'd defend her. A lot of crap happened over the years, but she didn't regret becoming a part of his clan. Unlike Orochimaru, he treated her like a person. She ran a finger across the flute that proved he was a person worthy of her trust. Oh, and thanks again for telling me to start calling this village Yuzu. It's better than constantly saying the village hidden among the whirling waves, said Naruto. Hot dumbass, as if you had a fucking choice, joked Taiya. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. The next day, Naruto was waiting for the Leaf Ninja to arrive. Taiya was there as well, partly to be there for a good laugh, if any of the Leaf Ninjas did recognize. but mostly in case he needed her. Naruto was curious who Tsunade had sent. She said fastest team she had. But last time he checked Konoha's fastest team. Before he could continue his thoughts, a knock on the door let him know that his guests were here. Karen walked through the door and led them in. Naruto felt like planting his face in his desk. He thought it might be them, but didn't want it to be. Before him stood a man that seemed to be beginning his 30s, had bushy eyebrows and black bowl-cut hair. He wore a green spandex bodysuit. Over that, he wore a green Konoha flak jacket. He wore his headband like a belt and wore orange leg warmers above his sandals. His name was Mike Guy. Behind him stood three more that looked to be around 16 to 17 years old. One was an exact copy, except he was obviously much younger and wore bandages from his hands to his forearms. This one was Rock Lee, but everyone just called him Lee, and in Naruto's case, bushy brow. The guy next to him had long brown hair and white pupil-less eyes. He wore a white robe-like shirt and pants and some kind of brown man skirt. Why do people in high-class clans like the Hyuga wear something like that? If I didn't know better, I'd say Neji was trying to dress as a girl, thought Naruto, trying his best to not look at the man's skirt. The person next to Neji was Tenten. She had her brown hair up into two buns on the side of her head. She had brown eyes and wore a white long-sleeved Chinese blouse with a high collar. Her pants were baggy and of a dark shade of red. Hanging horizontally just above her waist, she had a giant green scroll with yellow strips at the end behind her. He couldn't help but gulp. Damn, just how many weapons are you carrying on you, Tenten? Well, hello there, Uzumaki. My guy, thank you for seeing us, he practically yelled. Naruto had tilted his Kage hat so no one would see the unnerved look on his face. He didn't dislike my guy. Truth be told, he respected the man for trying to live life to the fullest. He just wished the man wasn't so loud sometimes. His upbeat voice didn't help matters. He took his hat off and stood. He held his hand out to shake. Guy walked over to him and shook his hand. Please, Guy, call me Yuri. Full name's Yuri Uzumaki, said Naruto, gauging the reactions of the others. Guy and his team had raised eyebrows at the name. Lee had been the first to speak. Uzumaki? Is there a chance you're related to Naruto Uzumaki? Blurted out Lee. Neji walked up to Lee. Lee, you should know better to show manners in front of the Kage, scolded Neji. It took everything Naruto had not to burst out laughing. Nice try, Neji, but I could tell you've activated your eyes. That would be a good idea, but you can't see through something that does not exist. I'm not wearing a disguise, nor am I using Jinjutsu. And luckily, thanks to Karen, I've learned how to hide the fox's chakra with my own. Lee acted out his part of being ashamed rather well. Neji, not finding anything deactivated his Byakugan, and stood back in a place between Lee and Tenten. Guy, who had a raised eye at his team's actions, looked back at Yuri/Naruto. What's this about Naruto Uzumaki? Asked Yuri/Naruto. Guy scratched the side of his head. I didn't hear much, but apparently nearly 3 years ago, while he was out on a training trip, he went missing. My team was fond of him, and especially Lee, he said a little solemnly. I see. Too bad. If there was another Uzumaki out there, I would really like to meet him or her, said Yuri/Naruto, looking thoughtful. Karen was rather amused now. Taiya was right when she said Naruto couldn't do his truth/lie talk all the time, but he could during some random moments. Naruto had said that it was a skill among many of his other skills that only made itself known when he was being rather mischievous or was about to do something that would highly piss someone off. Rather funny to watch someone else fall for it. It's so simple yet effective, she thought. Guy was wondering why your current Hokage sent for you to meet me in person. Not that I mind, it's just that sending a letter back would have worked too, right? Asked Naruto, for once speaking truthfully. Guy stood straight while he had his hands pretty much planted on his sides. Well, the truth of the matter is that while your village is rather well known, you yourself were more of a rumor. Our Hokage wanted us to see you, so she would know how you look for when or if you two meet. She was also curious of how your village is, and might I say it is most youthful. How he said all the while still being upbeat and energetic had Naruto wondering. He noticed Niji's and Tintin's looks of sympathy. Niji seemed to be more annoyed while Tintin had an accepting look to her face. He decided to return their looks. They had to deal with this day in and out. He just had to deal with it for just a day, or so he hoped. Thank you, Guy, and I will be heading out to Konoha in about 2 weeks. Please do let her know I'll be there to talk about our village possible alliance, said Naruto. Guy gave him a thumbs up, a wink, and smiled big enough that it looked like a flash went off. That we will. Now that that's taken care of me and my team will go, we've got a lot of distance to cover if we're to deliver this most youthful news to Konoha before the day's over. Lee seemed to take this well and had a determined look so intense that Naruto swore he saw flames. Niji seemed indifferent to this, while Tintin looked rather terrified. On second thought, why not stay in our village for a few days? There's plenty to do here entertainment-wise, and I'm sure your team would enjoy the various seafoods we have. Besides, what's the point of being youthful if you rush by it? Said Naruto, forcing the word youthful. Guy seemed stunned at this statement. He suddenly slammed his fist into his palm. Why, thank you for bringing that point up, my most youthful Kage. I'll take you up on your offer. Naruto didn't know whether he should be grateful the guy gave him his best compliment or whether he should lament on the fact that that would be the best compliment he got from him. As Team Guy left, Tintin turned around and put her hands together, whispered a few thank yous to Naruto. He whispered a no problem back. When Karen knew Team Guy had left the building, she turned to Naruto. So, looking forward to your trip back to Konoha. It'd been 3 years, right? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Not sure. I do miss Grandma Tsunade. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I'll be able to fool everyone in Konoha. Well, dumbass, you fooled them, said Tayuya. Then again, Niji didn't recognize you, and he was there when me and the others chased you in the Sound 4. Hyugas for some reason say that their eyes are all seeing, then miss small details, pointed out Naruto. Tayuya simply nodded. So who are you taking as bodyguards? Asked Karen. Naruto shook his head. I've never understood why the most powerful ninja of a village would need bodyguards. But if I'm going to take someone, I'll take you and Katsuo Yusuji. Hey, dumbass, I'm not going, asked Tayuya, rather annoyed by the fact. Sorry, Tayuya, I need you here to run the village while I'm gone. And despite the fact that Niji didn't recognize you, others might. I'd still defend you, but this time it wouldn't be just 4 people. If word got out that you used to serve Orochimaru, the entire village would be trying to kill you, stated Naruto. Tayuya understood and nodded. Besides, she would get to run the village while he was away. A sinister look crossed her face at the thought. Both Naruto and Karen saw this and thought the same thing. Those poor bastards. Author's note: I hope you enjoyed. Please review and let me know what needs to be worked on or what you liked about it. Chapter 3: Alliances and Regrets. A woman in a long purple kimono closed with a white obi and had medium black hair walks down a hall, a small pet pig in a red vest and pearls following behind her. She stops when she comes to a set of double doors, knocking twice before calling out. Lady Tsunade, I just came to let you know that Team Guy has returned from Yuzu and will be here shortly. Thank you, Shizun. Is there anything else? Said Tsunade. Shizun looks sadly at the door before answering. No, Lady Tsunade. Shizun, understanding she had been dismissed, walks away from the doors. On the other side of the doors, a woman that looks like she's in her 30s, but is nearly twice that age, sat behind a desk. She has long blonde hair and light brown eyes. In the middle of her forehead is a blue diamond-shaped mark. A grass-green long-sleeved coat with the kanji for gambling on the back of it hangs over her gray sleeveless blouse tied off with a blue obi. Her firm-fitting pants were the same color as her obi and stopped just below her knees. Her sandals had low heels and were open-toed. She stared down at the paperwork, though her thoughts weren't on it. Nearly 2 years ago, Jiraiya had walked through the double doors telling her he had bad news. She instantly knew something was wrong when he began begging her to stay calm even before he told her the news. When he did finally tell her through his stuttering that Naruto had disappeared on the trip, it took all her Umbu guards to hold her back from knocking him through the very doors he just walked through. After realizing that she wouldn't get to physically punish him, she told him to go back out there and not to return until he had Naruto with him. She went on to tell him if he had other news, he better send it via letters, or she would break his bones on the spot. Ever since then, she had been in and out of depressions. If it weren't for the combined support of her 2 apprentices, Sakura and Shizun, she wouldn't be able to get out of the depressions that had decided to hit her every time she thought about Naruto. After a while, the council had her allow Jiraiya back, and after a bit more time later, it was thought that Naruto had died. Writing him off as dead was one of the worst things she had ever done. Jiraiya had actually been her support that night and had stopped her from dying from alcohol poisoning. After that, things had been getting gradually better till Jiraiya's spies had heard numerous rumors that the once ruins of the village hidden among the whirling waves was being rebuilt, and the new Uzukage had already made an alliance with the Mizukage Meitourumi. She couldn't help but think of Naruto again when she heard this and went into another depression. Jiraiya had tried to send spies there, but none had found a way to get in. It seemed that anyone that wanted to get into the village had to be questioned on why they wanted to come live there and such. When Jiraiya's spies tried to get in, there was a knock on the door, and their interrogator would leave the room only to come back moments later to inform them that due to certain events they wouldn't be allowed on the island. One of Jiraiya's men had tried numerous times to get on the island, only for the last time to be followed by a young red-haired woman and beaten within an inch of his life. He was then told by the women that if he or any more spies tried to get on the island, they would be killed quickly before dumped into a garbage bin. This had pretty much scared all of Jiraiya's spies and left Jiraiya clueless to the ongoings of Yuzu. Slowly, the village of Yuzu had been becoming more and more prosperous, and eventually Hot Spring Village had officially become a part of it. Tsunade remembered reading once that her grandfather had made an alliance between the now proclaimed Yuzu and Konoha. Using that as a start, she had sent out Team Guy in hopes of starting a new alliance, and gaining more information on Yuzu. Deciding to grab a quick drink before Team Guy arrived, she opened a drawer in her desk and took a quick gulp from it, not even bothering to pour into a glass. A knock at her door let her know to hide her sake. She took a moment to resituate herself. Come in. In walked Team Guy, followed closely by Shizen. Guy walked up smiling. She took this as a good sign and gave him a signal to report. Well, Hokage, there's most definitely good news. We were not only allowed onto the island, but we were met by the Uzumaki himself, which I believe is a most youthful individual, said Guy in his usual upbeat way. Tsunade smiled at this. What can you tell me about him and his village? Also, why did you take so long to get back? Knowing you, I thought you'd be back within the next day. Guy quite literally flashed a smile. Well, man, before I left, the Uzumaki himself had corrected me on rushing back, giving me a good lesson in not wasting one's youth. Please tell me he's not like you, she asked. A small chorus of chuckles went around before Tintin decided to answer. No, Hokage, you don't have to worry about that. No, he's not like myself. Surprisingly, he's rather young for his occupation, no older than my own students. He's just as tall as Lee if I say so. Oh, yeah, and his name is Yuri Uzumaki, said Guy. Shizun instantly looked towards Tsunade after hearing this. Tsunade just looked at Guy as if she was unsure of what he said. Before she could ask him to repeat himself, Guy had continued on. Yes, the young man's name is Yuri Uzumaki. He seemed like a relaxed youth, and he does wish for an alliance between our villages, said Guy. Niji at this point had decided to interrupt. Sir, I believe the Hokage wishes to know if there's a connection between Naruto and Yuri. Tsunade looked towards Niji and nodded towards him. When we saw the Uzumaki, he was a long red-haired male with pale skin. When he told us his name and Lee blurted out his thoughts, I used that to get in front of Lee and activate my Byakugan in order to see through a possible Jinjutsu. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to have one. Niji informed. What about his personality or any habits he may have? Asked Tsunade in hope. It was Tintin that spoke up this time. Not anything I would relate to Naruto, but he had this way of talking. It was as if he would answer your question, but at the same time talk about something else. The rest of team Guy got a puzzled look on their face. Really, I didn't notice that, said Niji. No offense, Niji, but you tend to focus on what your eyes see more so than what your ears hear. With my weapons, I have to focus on everything from how they look to how they sound as I throw them. It was small, but it was definitely there. The thing is, it might have been nothing more but how he talks, said Tintin. Niji seemed to understand this. Afterward, Guy continued with his report to Hokage on how Yuzu was doing economically and that the Uzumaki would be coming by in a week and a half. Hearing all she needed to know, Tsunade had dismissed Team Guy. She pulled out her sake bottle again and took another gulp from it. A week later, Naruto, Karen, and a third man were walking towards the gates of Konoha. The third member of the group was a few years older than Naruto and Karen, as it showed in his height, but strangely enough looked just as young as them. His white hair, though short, was slicked back, and his complexion was pale. He had crimson eyes, and his face had two red streaks that went from the outer edge of his eyelids, then curved to the bottom of his cheeks. The clothing of his choice was a loose-fitting Chinese kung fu-style shirt and pants with black shoes. A white sash wrapped around his waist with a bit of it hanging off to his left side. On the right side of his hip, he had a large pack with several medical supplies, and on his left was a Chinese short sword. Naruto looked at his medic trying to figure the man out, but found that once again he was as calm and passive as he was unreadable. Deciding he would not find out just by analyzing, Naruto asked, "So Katsuo, how are you doing? Okay with being my bodyguard?" The man's face never changed. "Lord, I have asked you many times to just call me by my clan name, Yasuji, and I am honored to be one of your guards." Naruto chuckled, "And I believe I've told you to simply refer to me as Yuri." Katsuo simply nodded at this request. They continued walking till they got to the Konoha gates, where Chunin Leaf Nin stood, letting a few ninja to leave out on a mission. When the Chunin saw a pale-faced young man walk up in Kage robes, he had a bewildered look on his face. Hello, Kazekage. I once notified you be coming by," he said. Naruto snickered at this, but Katsuo decided to correct the man. "Sir, you are speaking to the Uzumaki, not the Kazekage. Please notify your Hokage that we are here." "Is it just me, or are the Kage just getting younger and younger these days?" thought the man as he walked up to a booth before pressing a hidden button. A few seconds later, a Umbu had appeared and looked at the scene before him. "Sir, I need you to inform the Hokage that the Uzumaki has arrived early," said the Chunin. The Umbu simply nodded his head and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. A few minutes later, the Umbu appeared once more looking at the Uzumaki. "Please follow me, Uzumaki." Naruto simply did as he was told. As he was walking down the bustling streets, he couldn't help but know that many were giving him stares as they used to. But these stares were just looks of curiosity and not the hate-filled ones he had gotten when he was younger. He smiled at this and couldn't help but laugh a little when he thought how they would be just as quick to go to their old ways if they knew who he was. Not much had changed about Konoha, except Tsunade's face was now among the other faces on the mountain behind the Hokage Tower. At one point, Karen had to redirect his gaze from his favorite pastime, restaurant Ichiraku's. It wasn't too long before they had walked into the Hokage Tower and brought to a pair of double doors. The Umbu gave a gentle knock. "Lady Hokage, your guests are here." "Come in," said Tsunade, surprisingly in a more cheerful voice than expected. The Umbu opened the doors, allowing Naruto, Karen, and Katsuo to walk in. Once inside, they saw Tsunade behind her desk, while her assistant Shizen and Jiraiya stood by both sides of her. Tsunade dismissed the Umbu and quickly went on to formalities. "It's nice to have you here, Uzumaki, though we weren't expecting you so soon. I'm the Hokage Tsunade Senju," she said. Naruto walked up to the desk and gave a small bow. "As you already may know, I'm Yuri Uzumaki, and the pleasure is mine. I decided to come early in hopes of enjoying Konoha a little before I depart." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. "Uzumaki? That's a rather uncommon last name, seeing as they were supposedly wiped out." Naruto chuckled at this. He could already see that Jiraiya was suspicious of him, but didn't let it bother him. Sorry, sir, but I'm rather lousy with names unless I think they're important to me." Jiraiya had gotten the urge to introduce himself, as he usually did. But right now, he didn't have his usual humor. "I'm Jiraiya of the Sannin. Don't forget it," he said with a hint of anger laced in. "I'll try not to, but then again I can't promise," said Yuri/Naruto, humor rolling off of him in waves. Having had enough, Jiraiya got to the point. "All right, are you Naruto Uzumaki?" "Naruto? Yeah, I do believe the team you sent had mentioned him. I'm sorry for your loss, said Naruto with sympathy in his voice. Tsunade just shook her head, trying not to think about it, and thanked him. Jiraiya, on the other hand, repeated himself. Answer the question. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto kept a sly grin from crossing his face. Well, Jiraiya, I'll answer your question with another question. He reached up and pulled his Kage hat off. Do I look like Naruto Uzumaki to you? Jiraiya immediately shut up as the others looked at him. The person before them did seem to share Naruto's face, but the rest of him were his own. Jiraiya had begun trying to think of several ways he could continue with his questions, but stopped once Tsunade sent him a glare warning him to keep his mouth shut. It took a lot of control on Karen's part not to burst out laughing, and even Katsuo's was barely holding his lips from quivering. Karen loved it when her brother did this. It was bad enough when he did it to the team guy, but these two were legends, and he was still fooling them, or at least on of them, while the other had no way to prove his suspicions. I'm sorry for his barrage of questions. It was not why I'd asked you to come here, said Tsunade apologetically. It's no problem at all, Tsunade, but now on to why I'm here. As you had mentioned in your letter, you are interested in renewing an alliance between our two villages, said Yuri/Naruto. Tsunade nodded at this, and they began the back and forth of politics on how their alliance would work. It would be several hours later when they would end their discussion and wait till the next day to continue. Naruto had been walking along the parks of Konoha. It was his third day being in Konoha, and the negotiations were still going on. Every time he had made a request on the alliance, Tsunade would have to hold a council meeting to have each of the members have a look at it. As he walked through the park, he could feel the eyes of several Umbu on him. But this did not bother him. He had fully expected it. What he did not expect was the sight before him. Some ways ahead was a 16-year-old girl with long dark blue hair with bangs that framed her face. Her skin was fair and her eyes were pupilless and white with a small hint of lavender in them. She wore a zip-up lavender hoodie with beige sleeves and a fishnet shirt underneath. Naruto had to do a double take at her torso before continuing his observation. If she's wearing that in hopes of hiding her figure, she's failing miserably, he thought as he took notice of her figure. He noticed that she wore pants similar to Tsunade, except not as tight, and had on the usual ninja sandals. The thing that really caught his eyes was the orange leaf headband tied around her neck. Looking closely, he noticed she stood before a lone headstone and was placing orange lilies in front of them. He decided to give her a moment of privacy before feeding his curiosity. As he walked forward, he did nothing to hide his presence. She turned around, and when she saw his robes, instantly bowed to him. There's no need to bow. I'm simply a guest here. I'm Yuri, by the way. Yuri Uzumaki, he said. Her eyes went wide before she replied in a soft voice. Iem Funate Huga. It's a pleasure to meet you. Naruto's eyes went wide at hearing this. He remembered her from the academy and the Chunin exams. Back then, she had been in a tough spot, and he encouraged her on. Later on, she returned the favor by lifting his spirit when he was unsure of himself. Taking himself from memory lane, he looked towards the headstone only for his eyes to go wide once more. His name, or old name, depending on how you thought about it, was etched into the stone. He had to take a moment to compose himself. I had heard he went missing, but I didn't think they thought he was dead. I take it he was important to you, said Yuri, Naruto. Hinata nodded sadly. Very, she said with a voice that hinted out a lot more than the word could convey. Naruto felt more than a little tinge of guilt. When he decided not to return to Konoha, he did so thinking he wouldn't be missed. To know he had unintentionally hurt some with his disappearance did not sit right with him, but the thought that someone would lay flowers for him warmed his heart. The thought of the flowers brought another thought to him. If you don't mind me asking, why orange lilies? A soft smile and a small blush spread across her face. Back when we were younger, his favorite color was orange. And I didn't know if he had a preferred flower, so I decided to put one of my favorite flowers instead. Your headband's color? Is it for a familiar reason? Yuri/Naruto asked. Not exactly. I decided to wear it for a more personal reason. As a reminder of him and the things he did for me, she answered, her blush beginning to cover her face. Naruto was silently thanking his Kaguya hat for shadowing most of his face and hiding the blush he couldn't. They stood there for a few moments in silence. I really haven't had much time here. Is there any chance you would be willing to be my guide? Said Yuri/Naruto, hoping to prolong his time with Hinata. Not trusting her voice at the time, she simply nodded her head, and they began leaving the park. Hinata had led him all over Konoha, showing him important areas such as the monument and the clan districts while not revealing too much about them. At one point, she had commented on how it would be nice to grab a bite to eat, and Naruto agreed. He nearly drooled when they walked up to Ichiraku's and practically cried when they passed by it. It was bad enough to see the ramen stand, but the smell of the food as they passed by was murder. He had decided he would throw caution to the wind later on and at least get a bowel before he left, but in the meantime he followed Hinata to another restaurant he wasn't familiar with. After some time, Naruto discovered that Hinata was rather nice and relaxing to be around, something that had him lament on the fact that he didn't know much about Hinata and began asking her questions about herself. Such things as her likes, dislikes, dreams, and so on. A blush crossed her face. I like cinnamon rolls, pressing flowers, and she took a moment to look at her headband. She looked more so at the color than the metal plate, a fact that Naruto barely caught. All right, so either she likes her village or me. And who the hell do I think I'm kidding? He thought. I'm not really competitive, and shellfish doesn't taste good to me, she continued on. Naruto nodded at this. Despite being on an island that had plenty of seafoods, he wasn't that great of a fan either. As far as my dreams, I'm not so sure now, she finished as they left the restaurant. Naruto stopped walking at this. What do you mean? What caused you to be unsure? Hinata took a moment to think, but as she was going to answer, a Hyuga branch member walked up. Lady Hinata, your father wishes to see you. I'll be there shortly, she replied. She turned her attention back to Yuri/Naruto. I'm sorry, but I must be going now, she said as she gave a slight bow. No problem at all. We'll have to continue this later, he replied, returning her bow. He looked at the sky and the position of the sun. Guess I have to be heading to the Hokage Tower anyway. As he made his way towards the tower, he couldn't help but think of all he and Hinata talked about. The image of his grave and the flowers she had laid for him ran through his head. Had I known about her, maybe I would have stayed, but I can't just leave in the middle of all this, he thought rather sadly. It didn't take him long before he found himself in front of the familiar double doors. He gave a quick knock and went in after Tsunade welcomed him in. He looked around the room and was glad to see that the Toad Sage was nowhere to be seen. Right now, he wasn't in the mood for Jiraiya's crap. Despite that many believed he was stupid when he was young, and even he would agree looking back. Even back then he had a keen eye. He had noticed signs of Tsunade being depressed. She no longer bothered putting her hair in her twin ponytail style. The smell of sake was evident on her despite Shizun's attempt to cover it up with perfume. And despite her Jutsu, she seemed to look older than she intended. These were minor things, but there were too many of them to really hide. He had connected it to his disappearance, but was puzzled by how bad she seemed to be reacting to it. But all of this made sense when he saw the headstone erected for him. She didn't just think he was missing, she thought he was dead. And then there was Hinata, someone who he could quite easily refer to as an acquaintance when he was younger. He knew very little of her back then, but even he knew that she wanted to become the heiress of her clan and get rid of the seal placed upon the Hyuga branch members. But now she seemed unsure of what she wanted now, and he couldn't help but think his death had something to do with it. He shook these thoughts from his head. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't make things right. At least, not at the moment. He sat in the chair Tsunade had prepared for him, and they once more began their negotiations. Only a couple minutes later, someone burst through the door. Lady Tsunade, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Suna just sent us a letter. Their Kazekage has just been kidnapped by Akatsuki. Both Tsunade's and Naruto's eyes went wide at this. I'm sorry, Yori, but we will have to cut this meeting short today, said Tsunade. Yuri/Naruto held up a hand. It's quite all right, Tsunade. I understand full well, he said as he excused himself. After exiting the Hokage Tower, Naruto made a beeline for the hotel he was staying at and just hoped that both Karen and Katsuo were there. When he got there, only Karen was there. Karen, do you know where Katsuo is? He asked. Sensing the seriousness in his voice, Karen began scanning the area. He's not far from here. A few blocks east. Please go and get him. I'll pack our bags in the meantime, he said. Karen straightened up at this. What's going on? Has Kono? She asked, but was cut off before she could finish. I'll explain later after we leave Konoha. We'll be back later, but we need to leave now. She nodded at this and ran off. Shortly later, she returned with Katsuo to find their bags packed and Naruto no longer wearing the second layer of his Kage robe. They grabbed their bags and quickly followed him. Naruto only stopped to tell Anbu to inform the Hokage that he was heading to Suna but would return shortly to finish the negotiations. Once outside of Konoha, they sped off to the direction of Wind Country. Katsuo was the first to talk. Sir, why are we heading for Suna? Their Kazekage just got kidnapped by Akatsuki. Naruto replied. Katsuo thought about it for a sec. If you don't mind, sir, but why does this concern us? Karen wanted to hit Katsuo over the head, but remembered that he didn't know about Naruto's burden. Very few did. They're Kazekage, and I can sympathize with one another due to a certain event. Also, if we save him, we may gain yet another ally, said Naruto. That makes sense, sir. I'll help any way I can, said Katsuo. Naruto nodded his head. Yuri, there's a chakra signature up ahead. She's a wind user, warned Karen. I think I know who she is, said Naruto as he sped off. Naruto spotted the women in question, and sure enough, it was Temari. She still had her sandy blonde hair up in four spiky ponytails and her giant fan strapped to her back. But now she wore a long black battle kimono and a red sash wrapped around her waist. "You're a sand kunoichi, right?" stated Naruto. Temari looked at the new arrival with suspicion. "Well, what if I am?" "You might want to move faster then. Konoha just got a message from your village. They say Akatsuki has kidnapped the Kazekage," said Naruto. Panic spread across Temari's face. "Gaara's been kidnapped." She took off instantly after finishing her sentence, and Naruto, Karen, and Katsuo quickly followed. Seeing that she had company, Temari decided to get acquainted with her new traveling companions and get some much-needed answers. She didn't trust them, and everything she learned as a ninja was screaming at her to lose them. Only reason she didn't ditch them right now was because she had more pressing issues. "You say Konoha was the one to receive the message, but your headbands aren't Leaf," she stated. Naruto was going to answer, but Katsuo spoke his mind. "My patience for your disrespect of my lord runs thin, Sannin," he stated rather coldly. "What's he the lord of, and why should I care?" retorted Temari. Surprisingly, it was Karen who responded. "He's the Uzukage, and you should care cause he decided to put his negotiations in Konoha on hold to help your Kazekage." Temari's face was shocked at first, but then turned to regret. "I'm sorry, I didn't know who you were, and I wasn't given very good news along with it." Naruto simply shook his head. "It's okay. Right now, though, we need to get to Suna and figure out where to go from there." Temari seemed to lighten up at that. "My name's Temari, by the way. The guy in the red is Katsuo. Girl with the red hair is my sister Karen. And I'm Yuri," replied Naruto. Karen seemed a little miffed with how she was introduced, while Katsuo didn't seem to mind. They continued to waze on in peace, simply try to get to Suna. Karen sensed something once more. "Yuri, we have 5 more chakra signatures behind us. One of them is definitely Jonin level, while the others feel mid-Shunin. They're probably a team of Leaf Neen sent as a reply to Suna's message," said Naruto. "Shouldn't we wait for them then?" asked Temari. Yuri/Naruto shook his head. "It'll take us 2 to 3 days to reach Suna from here. If they catch up with us, that's fine, but with the fact that Akatsuki has the Kazekage, I don't really plan on giving them any more time to do as they want." Temari nodded at this. Her main concern was to get back home as soon as possible. She only asked out of courtesy. 2 days later. Thanks to Temari, getting into Suna was easier once she explained things. As soon as they got in, however, they had been rushed off to the hospital where Temari's brother Kankuro lay in bed poisoned. He had brown messy hair and average build. He wasn't really dressed in anything and no long wore his face paint. Temari and a group of doctors looked over him in hopes of curing him, though Temari simply sat back and watched worrying. "Hey Katsuo, any chance you could do something about this?" asked Yuri/Naruto. Katsuo walked over to Kankuro and began studying him, checking his pulse, looking for any physical anomalies, and asking the other doctors how the poison seemed to be affecting him. Afterwards, Katsuo grabbed a syringe and withdrew some of his own blood. He pulled a scalpel from his backpack and made a small incision before injecting Kankuro with his blood. Many of the doctors began protesting, and some had tried to remove Katsuo from the scene, only to receive the glare from said man, promising intense pain if they got in his way. "Everyone give him some space," said Yuri/Naruto. Temari didn't know what to make of the situation, and the doctors began bickering at him of how unsanitary this was and other such complaints. Having heard enough, Yuri/Naruto began explaining. His clan has this nifty ability to control their blood. Give him a chance to help Kankuro. Besides, it not like you guys were curing him any better. Katsuo momentarily turned to Naruto and gave him a small nod in thanks before turning back to Kankuro. After a minute of waiting, he grabbed a vial and placed it next to the incision he made on Kankuro moments ago, just in time for a purple liquid to pour into it. He immediately began analyzing it. Afterwards, he approached Temari. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, but this is beyond my ability to cure. I can make a serum that will halt the poison's process, but this will only buy him time for so long." Temari nodded her head at this as Katsuo turned back and began working on the serum. Not wanting to distract Katsuo, Naruto kept his mouth shut. Karen looked towards Naruto. "I thought you should know that the leaf neens are here." "Thanks, Karen. I'll go and see who all Kano has sent," whispered Naruto. He left the room and made his way out of the hospital. Down the roads a few blocks were 4 men and 1 woman. He decided to meet them halfway and fill them in on what he knew so far. Oddly enough, he knew all of them, or at least met them before. He smiled as he saw Hinata, and she smiled back, recognizing him. "Well, hello, Hinata. Fancy meeting you way out here," said Yuri/Naruto. "It is nice to see you once more, Uzumaki," replied Hinata. This comment caused the others to take notice of the long, red-haired youth before them. "Hinata, there's no need to refer to me by my title. I prefer people I know to just call me by my name," said Yuri/Naruto, acting a little depressed. "Imsuri, Hinata apologized. Yuri/Naruto just shook his head. She didn't have to apologize, but oh well, I guess that's just the way she is. Yuri/Naruto turned his attention to the others, taking in the changes time made on his old team and acquaintances. Kakashi looked the same. He still wore his mask and covered his right eye with his headband. He still wore the basic Jonin outfit, which consisted of the regular long-sleeved dark blue shirt and pants. And his gray hair still seemed to defy gravity. Yuri/Naruto looked next to Kakashi at the pink medium-haired girl wearing a red zip-up shirt and black shorts with a pink apron-like skirt over it. She had black gloves on and black low-heel boots that went up to her knees. He instantly remembered her. How could he not remember his childhood crush? But looking at her now, he couldn't help but feel bad for her. Damn, Sakura, puberty pretty much left you behind, he thought as he studied her body. It's not that he didn't think she had grown or that she was no longer attractive, but when compared to many of the other girls, he couldn't help but feel she had been cheated. He looked over to Hinata's team. What the hell? He could have sworn that Kiba and Shino had joined a gang, because with the way they were dressed it seemed likely. Kiba wore a leather jacket with matching pants. He still had his short brown hair and feral looks. On his face were his family's markings, which consisted of 2 fong marks on his cheeks. While Kiba's look screamed biker gang, Shino's seemed to say drug dealer as he wore 2 different jackets effectively covering his face from view. The first jacket was a long black one that reached his knees while at the same time had a high collar that covered half of his face. The second was an olive hoodie that hung over the rest of his head. What little could be seen of his face were hidden behind sunglasses, other than that he wore black pants and sandals. He understood that Shino's clan wore clothes that covered much of their body due to the fact they specialized on using bugs that they hid inside of them. But this just seemed to be taking things a bit too far. Deciding to get the introductions out of the way, he allowed them to introduce themselves, or as he liked to think, reintroduce themselves. After they were done, he decided to fill them in. "I'm Yuri Uzumaki." He saw their shocked looks. "And before you even begin, I am not Naruto Uzumaki, although I may be related to him." Luckily, this seemed to help, but Kakashi still had a suspicious look in his eye. As you know, the Kazekage has been kidnapped by Akatsuki, but the only eyewitness to where they've gone has been poisoned, and there's not much we could do about it. Having heard this, Sakura spoke up. "Let me have a look. I might be able to help." Hearing this, they all headed back up to the hospital. Once inside, some old women in a black robe, named Chiyo, called Kakashi the White Fong and proceeded to attack him. Yuri/Naruto did nothing to stop her going so far as to step out of the way for her, and it was Chiyo's brother who decided to intervene, letting her know that the White Fong was already dead. Chiyo simply played this off as acting stupid and walked over to Sakura, observing her work. Sakura had then asked the others to leave the room. Before leaving, Yuri/Naruto walked over to Katsuo. "Stay in here and observe what she does. It could be useful." Katsuo gave a firm nod, accepting the order. Yuri/Naruto then proceeded to walk out with the others into the waiting room. With everything settling down, Hinata walked over to Yuri/Naruto and stood beside him. "That wasn't very nice, letting her attack Hataki like that," said Hinata playfully. Yuri/Naruto rolled his eyes. "I guess breaking an aged woman's wrist would have been better," he joked back. Hinata just shook her head. "Well, no, but..." Not finding the word, she just smiled. "I guess I could have deterred her for Scarecrow." Hinata tried to stifle a giggle at his joke towards Kakashi, who sat in the corner with his lone eyebrow twitching. Obviously, he wasn't amused from Yuri/Naruto's play of words using his name. Kakashi, having seen a moment to approach Yuri/Naruto, did so. "If you don't mind, Yuri, I would like to ask you a few questions." Yuri/Naruto just simply nodded at him to do so. "When you were traveling here, did you ever notice we were following you?" said Kakashi, his lone eye indicating a fake smile. Yuri/Naruto could already see where this was going. "Yes, I did." Then why didn't you wait for us?" asked Kakashi, letting a little bit of annoyance slip while holding the same look. Yuri/Naruto's sly smile had Kakashi worried. "Well, Mr. Hataki, considering this is Akatsuki we're talking about, and as I said to Tamari, I didn't want to give them any more time than they already had, and luckily Tamari agreed." Kakashi's "I let its annoyance show." He's not saying it, but he practically forced us to run longer in hopes of catching up with him. And he's using a valid reason to hide his real intention. Though Naruto wanted to return to his conversation with Hinata, he knew he didn't have the luxury at the moment thanks to the fact that saving Gaara was his main concern. He ended the conversation and walked over to his Sannin. "Is there any evidence from his battle?" said Yuri/Naruto, pointing towards Kankuro. The Sannin gave a few seconds to think before pointing to a room, telling him of the broken puppets. "Hey sis, I need you to follow me for a second." he said, waving Karen to his direction. Karen turned towards him and followed. Naruto turned to look glad that Kakashi or the others didn't follow. Inside were 3 sets of tables with multiple broken puppet pieces strewn across them. Naruto began observing some of the pieces before turning to Karen. Can you sense any chakra that's out of place? She looked at the pieces intently, her brow furrowing as she concentrated. Her eyes scanned across the tables multiple times till she stopped upon one particular piece. Walking over to a broken arm, she picked it up. She looked at the fist before trying to pry it open. When she finally did, a small piece of cloth fell out. Picking it up, she held it out to Yuri/Naruto. I'm sorry, but this is all I could find. Come on, sis, don't worry about it. Can you track the chakra off of it? Said Yuri/Naruto cheerfully. Yeah, it's weak, but I'll definitely be able to follow it, she said. All right, good. Do you need this cloth? He asked, shaking her head. No, luckily this chakra signature is rather unique. I guess all Akatsuki members have strange and powerful chakra. Hearing that, Naruto picked up the puppet arm and resecured the cloth into its grasp. Once returning to the waiting room, he already saw Kakashi raising an eyebrow at him. You might want to check it out, said Yuri/Naruto before questions could be asked. Understanding this as a don't bother me. Right now, the leaf needs let him be. A few minutes later, Katsuo and Sakura walked out of the operation room. Sakura began explaining that Kankuro would be okay, but that she still need to create an antidote. Katsuo walked over to his Uzumaki. She is indeed skilled. I may be able to copy her technique. Yuri/Naruto nodded at this and gave Karen and Katsuo a sign to follow him. With the Leaf Nines and Temari listening to Sakura's diagnosis, none saw as the Whirlpool Nines left. It didn't take long to walk to the entrance to the village. Yuri, are you sure you want to head out now? Maybe we should rest a bit before we try to track them down, said Karen, apparently worried over him. Yuri/Naruto was indeed tired. Keeping a good distance from the Leaf Nin did indeed have a price. He looked at the two of them. Karen didn't look too tired, but Katsuo looked as tired as him. Then again, that was simply because of what they both did to keep ahead of the Leaf Nin. Kakashi, you persistent bastard. In order to keep ahead of Kakashi, Naruto had carried Karen on his back while Katsuo did the same with Temari. Of course, when the two woke up and found themselves being carried, there were a few rather physical protests. Poor Katsuo. I'll have to pay him double when we get back. My lord, I can't continue on if needed, but I do share in Lady Karen's concern for you, said Katsuo. Karen blushed from the title Katsuo dubbed onto her. Though the Uzumaki clan were considered royalty by many of the clans in Yuzu, she didn't expect to be treated as such, especially when one thought about it. She was only adopted into the family. Naruto, on the other hand, was thinking on what to do. I don't want to give the trail a chance to disappear. On top of that, if we wait to leave later, the Leaf Nin will try and leave with us. It's not that I want the glory to ourselves, it's just that as a small group, we're less likely to be spotted or run into traps, said Naruto, though his fatigue was evident. Katsuo closed his eyes and thought. Understand, with Lady Karen's sensory ability, we'll be able to avoid any possible scouts or ambushes. If the Leaf Nins followed us, we would be more than likely spotted despite our advantage, and thus slowed down. Yeah, I guess I understand, But what's the point if you just fall over when we get there? Said Karen, still trying to convince him to rest first. Naruto smiled at Karen. Thanks, Karen, but it's okay. We'll rest once we get closer to the Akatsuki's trail. I really am concerned about that trail disappearing. It's not called Wind Country for nothing. Realizing that she wouldn't get a better compromise, she simply nodded and smiled at this. She then stretched out her senses and began following the faint trail. They traveled for several hours, only to find out they had been lead in a river country. Deciding that they had traveled long enough, Karen stopped. All right, this is far enough, she said. Naruto looked like he was preparing to continue on, but the look Karen gave him pretty much kept him in place. Look, I know you could probably go on, but we need to stop. The chakra trail has gotten stronger, and we need to rest before we risk getting spotted and having a fight on our hands, stated Karen, putting her foot down on the subject. Naruto simply nodded, too tired to argue back. Besides, he could see it was getting dark. The next day, somewhere nearby, Kakashi was annoyed, and everyone could tell by how his lone eyebrow just couldn't seem to stay calm. Once again, they were forced to follow the traveling speed the Uzumaki had set for them. He didn't dislike following someone else's lead, but at the same time, he preferred to move at a relaxed tempo. The way the Uzumaki had left was rather reckless, if he could say so. It didn't help when Kankuro had gotten well enough to tell them about a piece of cloth he had managed to get off of one of the Akatsuki. This wouldn't have bothered him if it weren't for the fact that it was apparent that Yuri had already found it and had left several hours ago. After watching Yuri and Hinata seemingly get along, Kakashi had hoped he would decide to join them. Back with Yuri/Naruto. Naruto had woken up feeling refreshed. Karen had him take the first watch, saying that it would allow him to get a full night's rest afterwards. He was now glad he did. They began following the chakra trail once more. With Karen's help, they had avoided multiple chakra signatures. Karen had commented that it was strange how they all seemed to be the same person, yet weren't clones. Naruto had decided to not bother with it. A few hours later, Karen made a dead stop, and Naruto and Katsuo did so too. Karen, what is it? Naruto asked. There's an ambush up ahead. I'm tired of trying to figure out their chakra, but once again it feels strange. Almost as if it's hollow. Katsuo had a troubled look on his face. Do you think our enemy has spotted us? Karen shook her head at this. No, the person ahead of us is prepared to fight, but he isn't focused on us. Most likely Kakashi and the others were spotted by one of those random guys back there. Karen, how strong is the guy ahead of us? Asked Naruto. His chakra is potent and very powerful, she began. I'm sensing it but here, stated Naruto. Karen nodded at this. But like I said earlier, it feels hollow, as if it's incomplete. Do you think the Leaf Neens could handle him? Asked Naruto. Karen gave a firm nod. Then we'll just go around him. I don't like this. Akatsuki are supposed to travel in pairs. Why only send one member? Wondered Naruto out loud. Perhaps this is nothing more than a diversion to buy time. It is their misfortune that we have Lady Karen here, said Katsuo. Yeah, crap like this just doesn't work when we have someone like Karen here, added Naruto. Karen began blushing at the praise she was getting. They began traveling once more, nimbly going around the ambush. About 30 minutes later, they heard the distinct sound of fighting going on behind them. Already too far to turn back, they continued on. 5 hours later, in front of the Akatsuki hideout, They stood before a giant boulder, blocking the way into the base. On it was a paper seal tag on it. Karen was focusing on the different chakras inside. She began getting annoyed. It's official, I hate the Akatsuki. There are several chakra signatures and they're focusing on a jutsu, but only 4 truly exist. Karen began to focus harder on the 4 specific signatures. 2 of them are helping power the jutsu. While the other 2 she shuddered. While the other 2 are being ripped away from one another. Naruto stared at the seal on the boulder. I recognized that seal from one of the Uzumaki books. I'm guessing it's some sort of barrier seal. Another attempt at a diversion, said Katsuo, rather annoyed. Pretty much. In order to take it down, we'll need to go and find the other 4 seals hidden around and pull them off at the same time, added Naruto. Karen let out a long sigh. Give me a sec, I'll try to. No need. I'm done playing by their rules, and I'm done with their diversions. Naruto interrupted. Karen and Katsuo looked at Naruto, wondering what he had planned. Naruto's eyes scanned the area. There was a river that ran across the entrance to the cave. Plenty of trees around, and the mountain around the cave didn't look too tough. All right, I want you 2 to go downstream of the river a good ways and wait for me while I get Gaara and make my way to you. Sir, what if you need assistance getting Gaara, or you're forced to fight them? Asked Katsuo. The snicker that emanated from Naruto sent chills up Karen's and Katsuo's spines. They had heard him snicker like this on a rare few occasions, but every time someone's day went to hell no matter how good it was going. Oh, with what I planned, I doubt they'll be able to do much, said Naruto, grinning the entire time. Both Karen and Katsuo decided to just head on down the river and wait for Naruto. When Naruto felt ready, he formed the seals for his shadow clones and created 6, giving each clone a rather large amount of chakra. He nodded towards one of his clones, signaling him to begin. Without being told what to do, the clone ran through a long series of hand signs. Once finished, the river before them seems to start bubbling. Soon after, a water dragon bullet rise from the river, steam flowing off of it, giving it an aura-like appearance before it flied right into the side of the mountain. Going right through the mountain, the acidic dragon bullet continues on, smashing into a strange statue that had been projecting a phantom-like energy that had been surrounding Gaara. The statue had instantly been destroyed by it, and the demonic chakra in it rushed back to Gaara before dropping him to the floor. Naruto, not missing a beat, jumped through the hole and grabs Gaara before exiting once more. The 2 Akatsuki members, only shocked for a moment, try to chase after Naruto, only to jump to the side to avoid a long torrent of flames. On the outside of the cave, 2 of Naruto's clones kept the entrance inaccessible. One was spewing a long flame from his mouth, while another breathed out gusts of wind, empowering the flames to greater lengths. Naruto, while having Gaara slung over his shoulders, only took a moment to marvel over how much more proficient he had gotten with his clones over the year. He then applied chakra to his feet that allowed him to jet down the river as if he were skying across the water. It didn't make him blindingly fast, but it was faster than him running. His clones would only be able to keep the Akatsuki members busy for so long, and he needed to buy as much time as he could. With Karen and Katsuo. It wasn't much longer after Karen had sensed a large spike of chakra that she and Katsuo saw Naruto jetting down the river towards them. The second he saw them, he jumped off the river and place a male teen with short red hair on the ground. His face looked cracked all over and had the kanji for love etched onto the right side of his forehead. He wore a long dark red coat with a gray vest over it and black pants. Katsuo, I need you to heal him as much as possible before they catch up, said Naruto, sending random glances back to where he came from. Katsuo, needing to be told twice, instantly began working on him, trying to heal him and put him into a better shape than he was. Karen kept looking out for any Akatsuki member's chakra, but soon found out it wasn't necessary. Shit, that scorpion guy just filleted my last clone. How much longer before you can have Gaara ready to fight? Asked Naruto. His injuries were not really severe, but having the Kazekage able to fight is another story, said Katsuo. Naruto thought for a minute. Is there any way you can make him? Katsuo looked at Gaara. If I gave him an adrenaline shot and a few other things, then maybe it would force him to wake, but it would still take time before the affects would begin. Naruto sifted through his clone's memories, looking for anything that could help with their current predicament. Karen having sensed them closing and warned them. All right, do it. Karen, I want you to work on Gaara and keep him out of harm's way. Katsuo, I need you to fight one of them. With any luck, Gaara won't take too long to wake up and help you fight him. I'll get the other's attention and lead him away. Naruto ordered. Karen began carrying Gaara away to a hiding spot out of the way. Katsuo nodded, a fierce look of determination in his eyes. He drew his sword and prepared to fight. Naruto created another shadow clone and had it transform into an exact copy of Gaara before slinging it over his shoulder, just as he did Gaara moments ago. It wasn't much longer before the Akatsuki members came into view. The first one was a long-haired blonde that was riding on a clay bird. His hair had been put into a ponytail with one of his bangs covering his left eye. Looking closely, Naruto noticed that the man's left arm was crushed. He smirked at this. The other was a rather large and short guy. His hair seemed to be put into a weird style, segment into different rows, while pulled back into a small ponytail. His skin was rather dark, and he wore a cloth over his face. Naruto looked a little closer to notice a small piece was missing. I guess that's where Kankuro got it from. The man on the bird seemed rather annoyed. Well, it looks like we caught up with them, my man Sasori. Sasori didn't answer. Whether it was from annoyance or simply cause he didn't care, Naruto couldn't tell. Deciding to get on with the plan, Naruto ran to the river, jumping over the tail like Blade Sasori had used trying to impale him in the process. As soon as his feet hit the water, he jetted downstream once more. The blonde Akatsuki directed his bird after him, and Sasori tried to follow only for Katsuo to block his path. I guess I'll have to deal with you before I join Deidara in the chase, said Sasori, waving his scorpion tail back and forth poised to strike. Katsuo simply stared down Sasori with his sword drawn and ready to attack. With Naruto and Deidara. Naruto had been busy dodging the small explosive birds Deidara kept throwing his way. This was a harder task than one would think, due to the fact that Naruto's water skying technique was lousy at turning. Add to the fact that he was carrying a supposedly unconscious Kazekage on his shoulders didn't seem to make dodging the mini bombs any easier. Once Naruto felt he was a good distance away, he dispelled his clone. Having seen this, Deidara got the message. That was nothing but a fake, yeah. Naruto ran through a few one-handed hand seals. Once he was finished, the water that was being kicked up from Naruto formed into ice needles and launched themselves to Deidara. Seeing this, he simply redirected his bird to fly around the barrage. The bird did have some needles stuck into it, but otherwise remained unharmed. Shit, I figured as much. As long as he's in the air long, ranged attacks aren't going to do me much good, thought Naruto. Deidara forced Naruto back to being evasive once more by sending his improved double-winged bird bombs. Naruto sped along the water once more, crisscrossing to keep from being an easy target. Back to Katsuo and Sasori. Katsuo had been deflecting Sasori's tail the entire time, striking back at it to knock it away. What the large Akatsuki hadn't realized was that Katsuo had been aiming for one specific joint in the tail. He stuck once more, only this time the tail had been broken off. Using his surprise, Katsuo dashed towards Sasori. He cut his own palm and sprayed blood all over his opponent, jumping back just in time to dodge a barrage of needles shot from Sasori's mouth. The blood on Sasori began corroding his body, and the scorpion, like man's back, opened up as a short red-haired male jumped out of the body. Katsuo simply watched the young man pull off remnants of the now confirmed puppet's cloak. So you were able to destroy Hiriko. Then again, for one of the Usuji clan, I guess it's rather expected, said Sasori. You're familiar with my clan? Asked Katsuo, raising an eyebrow. I fought a few of you before. It's a shame that none of your clansmen could be converted into my human puppets, stated Sasori. Katsuo chuckled at this. Our Jutsus are rather pointless without our blood, something you take out when making your puppets. Sasori narrowed his eyes at Katsuo before unraveling a scroll. A puff of smoke came from the scroll and dissipated to reveal a puppet wearing a brown cloak nearly covering all of it. Its eyes were yellow and it had blue spiky medium-length hair. The puppet seemed to click here or there as it began to move. Your clan is impressive, but many of your clansmen fell to my favorite puppet, said Sasori, sending the puppet flying towards Katsuo. Katsuo sighed, stepped the puppet as it went to decapitate him with a hidden buzzsaw in its left arm. He immediately aimed to slash it in half, only for his blade to stop inches from the puppet's body. His hands shook from the effort of trying to move his sword, but found it stuck. The puppet went to slash at him once more. Seeing this, Katsuo abandoned his blade and leaped back. He wasn't fast enough and received a shallow gash across his chest. Sasori had a smirk on his face, sure that his poison would kick in. Katsuo felt the poison and immediately began pushing the infected blood from his body. The puppet user watched in fascination as purple blood began bleeding from Katsuo's wound until it turned back into a healthy red and stopped altogether. So my poison is pointless on you. I guess I was too overconfident in the fact that your clansmen died from it, said Sasori. Katsuo wiped away the infected blood. I became a medic to further understand our unique ability. You won't kill me so easily. Noted. I won't make the same mistake twice, replied Sasori before sending a signal for his puppet to come back to him. Afterwards, the puppet opened its mouth, releasing a pool of iron sand. Katsuo watched on, focusing mostly on the substance. His eyes widened when he saw that the sand slowly began to move as if it were alive. You're probably wondering how my puppet can control the sand. Well, it's thanks to the man this puppet used to be. He had this unique ability of using magnetism, said Sasori. That explains what happened with my sword. As long as he has that puppet, any metallic object is useless against him, said Katsuo. He reached into his medical bag and popped a blood pill into his mouth. He then began pushing blood from the cut in his hand and shaped it into a whip. Small droplets fell off of it and burned the ground. Sasori looked on once again, interested. Now that I think about it, I don't remember any other Yusuji having acidic blood. As I said, I became a medic to better understand my clan's ability. Once I learned more about blood, it was only a matter of learning to manipulate my blood on a chemical level, said Katsuo, brandishing his whip. He swung his whip at Sasori just for a wall of iron sand to block it. The iron wall had saved Sasori from the whip, but was being corroded by the blood left on it. Sasori quickly got rid of the blood-covered sand and began commanding his puppet to send its sand to attack. The puppet sent several lumps of iron after Katsuo, who began attacking the projectiles. Katsuo found that his attack wasn't corroding the iron quick enough and began dodging to the side. With Naruto and Deidara, Naruto was still dodging the explosive birds, but had begun understanding his opponent more and more. He's a long-range explosive fighter. Well, that's obvious. Any chance I have of fighting him long-range is gone thanks to his maneuverability on that damn bird of his. Getting closer to him is easier said than done, thanks once again to his bird. The only good thing is that he can only mold that clay with his one arm, and it takes him some time. But my luck will only last so long. He's smarter than he looks. There's been a few times I've dodged one bird just to barely dodge another bird that nearly blew my face off. I guess I could try a few ways to attack him, thought Naruto. He put his palms together and began channeling water chakra. Deidara watched as Naruto created a wave a few yards in front of him. What the hell is he doing? It's not like he'll hit me with that all the way from there, you wonder, Deidara. All thoughts stopped as the wave swarmed to the side of the river and up towards Deidara. The blonde in question just commanded his bird to move a few feet back to dodge the attack. Deidara's eyes widened when he looked back at Naruto, only to find him gone. He looked back at the wave to find Naruto surfing up it at him. Before the bird could move away, Naruto had jumped off the wave and tackled Deidara off of it. He tried to punch the blonde Akatsuki while they were still free falling, but threw the man away when he saw him turning white. The clay clone exploded, knocking Naruto back into the river. Naruto looked back at the bird to see Deidara emerging from its back. Shit, he won't fall for that a second time, thought Naruto angrily. Deidara smirked at Naruto. That was rather impressive. Too bad I switched myself with a clay clone. Naruto had to begin running away again, thanks to Deidara throwing his explosive birds once more. Dodging the birds had begun to become not only annoying, but tiresome as well. Turning around, he did 5 head seals before taking a deep breath and blowing a strong wind at Deidara. The bird was forced away, but not before Deidara threw a bomb. The bomb flew around the strong winds. Not wanting to risk the explosion, Naruto turned his attack onto the bomb, blowing it away in the process. Unfortunately, this was only a distraction for a snake-like bomb to jump out of the forest behind Naruto and lunge for him. Having quit his jutsu, Naruto formed a single hand sign. Just before the snake reached him, a hand erupted from the river and snatched it out of the air. The water clone tossed the snake away before Deidara could detonate it. Deidara scowled at this. He didn't think the long-haired redhead could create a water clone and so fast. He looked at Naruto, thinking over a plan. I need to end this soon, yeah. Luckily, I was able to restore my clay supplies when we reached the hideout, so I've still got a good supply. But if this drags out much longer, then I may find myself running low. Unlike the Sanjin Shuriki, he doesn't have an ultimate defense, but when he's on the water, he can outrun my art. Originally, I had planned to simply make him waste his chakra on the water, but he apparently doesn't need much chakra to perform his little technique. Deidara moved his bang out of the way to reveal a scope like eye patch. He took a closer look at Naruto. I can see some scorch marks. I guess he can't completely outrun my art. The river makes it to where he can't move around much other than moving forward and backward, which is lucky on my part seeing as he can't really get around without losing his speed and risk getting blown up. But at the same time, I haven't been able to mold clay fast enough to overpower him, and I can't send any bombs onto the river or they would just sink. This is a standstill, HN. I could try using my C4, but then I risk killing the Sanjin Shuriki. I don't know if he has him hidden nearby. Deidara thinks for a bit longer while molding more clay in his hand. Naruto was done waiting and created a few water clones, except this time he added a little fire to them to form a few boil clones. He immediately sent them out to attack Deidara. One clone grabbed the other and tossed it at Deidara. Seeing this, he had his bird fly out of reach. He didn't know how, but a clone had grabbed onto the wing of his bird and immediately dispersed. The liquid it left behind began dissolving his bird. Reaching into his pouch, he pulled out another bird, activated it, and leapt onto it. He immediately sent the bird well out of the way from any other clone that would try to latch on. Strangely, all the clones immediately dispersed at once. Naruto wasn't surprised, though. Boiled chakra is unstable as it is. Trying to hold it in a form isn't possible for too long. He simply stared at Deidara, trying to find a way around his aerial maneuverability. Back with Sasori and Katsuo. Katsuo had many random cuts on his body and several purple splotches on his red suit. It was only thanks to his clan's ability that he wasn't dead, yet from blood lost or poison. He had been able to avoid being skewered by the iron sand, but that was only thanks to the fact that Sasori was hesitant in allowing him to corrode his sand in one shot. And fortunately, Katsuo, he was able to parry most of the iron projectiles sent towards him. Sasori didn't seem harmed, but he did seem to be in thought. Various places on the ground was littered with corroded iron, which was completely unusable. It's time to end this. I've lost a good deal of iron as it is, thought Sasori. He gathered all of his remaining iron and sent it towards Katsuo and had it weave around the blood he shot at it from his many wounds. He covered Katsuo and began adding pressure. Sasori suddenly sensed something behind him and jumped away. He had tried to drag his puppet with him, but a claw of sand immediately wrapped around it and crushed it with little effort. The iron that had surrounded Katsuo fell off him now that its true master could no longer command it. Sasori looked a few feet to the left to see the one-tailed Jinchuriki they had captured a few days ago, standing and healed. Though Gaara looked at him with a dull look, but Sasori could feel the anger lashing off of him. Katsuo got up and began walking over to the Kazekage. I did not expect you to be able to join so soon, Kazekage. said Katsuo. Gaara gave him a quick glance. I'm surprised as well, but that girl healed me by having me bite her. I would have been able to join sooner, but I had to replenish my sand. Katsuo gave an understanding nod. Thank you for saving me. Sasori looked at the pieces of his puppets. That's two I've lost. Once I recapture the Kazekage, I'm going to immediately turn him into a puppet. Sasori grabbed his cloak and removed it. The sight that greeted Katsuo and Gaara was definitely shocking. Somehow Sasori had turned his own body into a puppet. His back had two bladed wing-like metal rods hanging off the sides of his hips. Two pipes protruded from his hands, and inside his stomach was a thick wire wrapped repeatedly around. On his chest was a compartment on his right side and a green canister on his left. Without warning, Sasori lifted his hands and sent a barrage of flames towards them. Gaara had blocked the flames by raising a wall of sand, but Katsuo jumped in the way and grabbed the metal wire that had burst from the ground and nearly pierced Gaara. He tried to hold onto the wire, only it slipped from his bloody grasp. Gaara had sent wave after wave of sand to attack Sasori, who with his bladed wings spinning had allowed him to evade the attacks, and had nearly decapitated Katsuo a few times as he flew by. Katsuo, having seen his sword out of the corner of his eyes, made a mad dash for it. With his attention on his sword, he couldn't see Sasori making another attempt at beheading him. Just as Katsuo grabbed his sword, he swung around to find himself face to face with Sasori. It was strange. Sasori looked like he was having a hard time moving. Snapping himself out of his confusion, he popped a blood pill into his mouth before covering Sasori in his blood. Looking down at the corroding man, Katsuo couldn't figure out what had happened. Gaara walked up next to him. That's twice now I've saved you. How did you? Asked Katsuo, clearly puzzled. Gaara's voice stayed dull. I've been slowly filling his body with sand. He must have thought that I was missing. When he went to attack you, I simply had the sand go to his joints, which caused him to be unable to move. Good to see you two done with your fight as well. Gaara turned his head at the new arrival and saw Yuri/Naruto. He had several scorch marks and was barely standing. Much of his clothes were ruined, his right sleeve was missing, and there were several patches of cloth missing. For reasons unknown, he was carrying his severed arm. Katsuo saw Yuri/Naruto's condition and ran over to him. Sir, are you okay? What happened? Almost at a quite literal watery grave, thought Naruto morbidly. Flashback 5 minutes ago. Deidara was tired of playing cat, and Naruto was through with playing mouse. Naruto turned around and created a few shadow clones. Each shadow clone had grabbed a kunai and charged wind chakra into them, while Naruto did the same with a giant Fumashuriken. Naruto spun his shuriken, making it look like a spinning windmill of death. His clones threw their kunais, forcing Deidara to dodge to the side. Naruto threw his weapon at the spot Deidara would be. Deidara had just barely ducked just enough so that the weapon had only cut his ponytail off. Seeing his chance, Deidara had his hidden bomb spring out and surround Naruto. This is it, yeah? Goodbye, Art Izaga. Deidara's explosions went off just as the shuriken Naruto had thrown slashed through his body from behind him. The weapon had cut from an angle severing not only his upper body, but his remaining arm as well. But how? Were Deidara's last thoughts. As his severed body fell backwards as answered stood before him. A shadow clone dispersed from a tree off to the side of the river. Naruto got up, shaking with effort. Had his remaining clones not jumped on him and covered him from the blast, he would be dead right now. They weren't able to take all of the damage, but that didn't matter right now. The missing rock Nin was dead, and he was alive. At the moment, that's all that mattered. He watched as the clay bird crashed while its master's severed remains began sinking into the water. He turned to return and see how the others were doing. He stopped when he noticed Daidara's hand on the ground. Somehow it had landed in the forest instead of following its owner to his grave. That guy was tough. If I didn't have this river, I would probably be dead right now, thought Naruto. He picked the arm off the ground and began looking at it. He wondered how there were mouths on the hands and about the ring on the finger. I think I've seen a similar ring on Itachi's and Kisame's hands as well. Something to do with the organization. He took the ring off and pocketed it. He held onto the arm. It would be good for numerous reasons, whether he decided to collect the bounty on Deidara or had his whirlpool Nin study it. In the end, he was sure to get something good out of it. With nothing else to distract him, he headed back to the others, hoping they fared better in their fight. Gaara was suspicious of the people that rescued him. He had wanted to question them, but decided against it. Karen had shown up minutes later, looking pale and ready to faint. Naruto gave Karen a quick glance and knew instantly what she did. It wouldn't be the first time she did it. He hated how she could heal others by letting them suck chakra from her, and he hated the permanent bite marks that resulted from it even more. Naruto had tried to take a few steps towards her only to fall over and pass out. Katsuo had ran over while Karen tried her best to rush over to him. Checking his vitals, they were glad to see that he was simply just unconscious. Katsuo had tried to pick up his Uzumaki, but found that a cloud of sand had lifted him up instead. I take it he is your leader and the one who decided on my rescue? Asked Gaara. Karen and Katsuo just nodded. Then I owe him, said Gaara before turning around and making his way back to Suna. On the way back, they ran into the Leaf Nins, except they now had Team Guy with them. The trip back was rather calm and peaceful when Sakura wasn't trying to use Yuri/Naruto's condition to try and heal him while secretly trying to confirm her suspicion. She had been caught several times aggressively rubbing his face with a wet rag. She had simply tried to say she was trying to clean the dirt from his face, which didn't convince either Whirlpool Nin. Gaara had given Yuri/Naruto a few suspicious glares from time to time. Otherwise, he seemed to keep to himself. Kakashi had tried to interrogate Karen and Katsuo in order to figure out how they had avoided running into the foe Itachi. Unfortunately, neither would answer any of his questions, and without them being under his team, he couldn't do anything about it. Halfway in Suna, they found a rather large group of sand Nins heading towards them. Originally, these Nins were sent out to find Gaara, but were ecstatic to find Gaara with the Leaf and Whirlpool Nins. Gaara wasn't expecting this and was rather surprised by his Nin's reactions. He wouldn't admit this, but he was touched to know they would come looking for him. Naruto woke up facing a white ceiling. The room was dark and his bed was comfortable. He would have stayed comfortable in his bed if it were not for the sand hand that had gripped his neck. Your ninja have informed me that you were the one that decided to come to my rescue. Now I want to know why, said Gaara, tightening the sand that gripped his throat. Seeing no real way out, while I was in the middle of forming an alliance with Kanahaha. Gaara had tightened his sand. I know about that, but I asked why you came. I was hoping to form an alliance with you, said Yuri/Naruto, finding it hard to speak with the grip on his throat. Realizing this, Gaara loosened his grip. Yuri/Naruto had instantly began taking some thankful breaths. You want to form an alliance between Yuzu and Suna. I don't believe that. No one would risk fighting Akatsuki just to form an alliance between two very distant villages. I'll ask you again why, asked Gaara. Naruto quickly realized he wouldn't be able to fool Gaara and live. Is anyone from Konoha still here? Gaara's eyes narrowed. No, they left yesterday. What has that got to do with my question? He said, showing that he was losing his patience. Because me and you have lived similar lives. Gaara's grip vanished. And Naruto. Sorry for the deception, pal, said Naruto. With Gaara realizing that the Uzukage was Naruto, he went from threatening to puzzled. Seeing this, and knowing that Leaf Neens were no longer around to eavesdrop, Naruto decided to fill him in on what had happened lately. He told him about his clan, how he got his village started, the fight against Yagura, and his alliance with the Hidden Mist Village, and what he was doing right now, and why it was important that he stay under his current guise. Gaara understood Naruto's reasons and why he tried to lie to him as well. With the story out of the way, Gaara had told Naruto he would gladly form an alliance between them, but would need him to stay for a while to do so. Naruto had agreed, saying that he would only need to send a letter to Konoha explaining his current situation and informing them that he would be back later. With the serious talk and business out of the way, they decided to have a friendly chat and fill each other in on the going-ons of their villages. Naruto had thrown a few jokes and saying such things as, if this is how you treat a friend, no wonder that Rock Neen's arm was crushed. Gaara seemed to take these jokes rather well. Even though his village now accepted him, Gaara had few people he could really talk to, and none other than Naruto that understood his life. They had talked for some hours before Naruto realized he had not seen Katsuo and Karen. Hey Gaara, we're my sister and Katsuo. Gaara walked over to the curtains and simply opened them to show that it was night. Naruto realized that they were most likely asleep. But then he realized another thing. Damn it, I simply assumed that it was day because you were awake. I forgot that you can't sleep thanks to your demon. Geez, now I'm getting tired. I guess I should let you rest. But before I do, I want to ask you something. Naruto simply nodded his head, giving Gaara the go-ahead. Gaara walked over to a bag and pulled out Deidara's arm. Why were you carrying this? I was hoping to make use of it one way or another, said Naruto. Gaara looked at the hand for a few seconds. That's rather morbid. Then again, I guess you would use an enemy's hand as a back scratcher. Naruto had went to protest, but stopped. Despite his dull tone, Naruto had caught the humor in Gaara's voice. When his shock passed, Naruto had begun laughing. Never thought I'd see the day that you would tell a joke. More laughter. But good one. Putting the arm back, Gaara had informed Naruto that they would begin making the alliance official tomorrow. Naruto let Gaara know he heard and decided to get back to sleep. 5 days later. Thanks to the fact that Suna and Yuzu had very few things that could be traded between each other, plus the fact that Gaara and Naruto would definitely help one another, the alliance agreement was done rather fast. Once that was done, Naruto, Karen, and Katsuo had to depart and finish their business in Konoha, but not before Naruto asked Gaara not to tell Konoha about him. Naruto was sure that Gaara wouldn't tell them either way, but he needed to be sure. Due to the fact that there was no rush, they took their time to get back. Right now, they were passing through Konoha's gate once more dressed in his Kage robes. "Hey, could you two go on to the hotel? I'm going to head on to the Hokage and let her know I'm here," said Naruto. The two didn't like the idea of Naruto just walking around without them, but at the same time understood he could take care of himself. Letting Naruto know they would do as he asked, they headed off for a hotel. Naruto had decided to head off to the Hokage Tower. When he got there, Shizen wasn't there. Walking up to the double doors, he knocked on it. He didn't get an answer. He knocked once more. "Tsunade, it's Yuri." Naruto still didn't get an answer. Naruto cracked the door open and looked in to find no one. At this time, Shizen walked up and nearly dropped her papers when she saw Yuri/Naruto. Uzukage, I didn't think you would be back so early. If you're looking for Lady Tsunade, she isn't here. Yuri/Naruto looked at Shizen for a second. "Do you know when she'll be in?" Shizen shook her head. "I'll send someone to come get you when she is in." Naruto thanked Shizen and walked away. While he was walking through a crowded market street when a thought occurred to him. Maybe she's there. Naruto walked to the park he found Hinata at. It was strange for him when he found Hinata here, but the sight before him seemed to bring a whole new level of strange. Tsunade was not in her usual clothes. Instead, she was wearing a set of what looked like gardening clothes. The only reason he recognized her was due to the diamond shape on her forehead. She had been planting flowers at his grave. He was sure there would be many that wouldn't agree with the scene he saw, but right now he didn't care. He tilted his hat, trying to hide the tears that slid down his face. He hoped that none of the Umbu that were certainly guarding Tsunade at the moment would notice anything strange about him. Once his face was dry again, he went back to watching her. He didn't have it in him to approach her right now. It was odd to see the signs that she was working hard. Sweat on her face, her gloves covered in dirt, and her clothes ruffled. Naruto continued to watch her work for some time. This continued on till a drunk stumbled into the park. It was obvious from a scowl on his face as he approached the scene that he was one of the many that did not like Naruto when he was a kid and still didn't in death. Naruto watched the man closely as he made his way closer and closer, muttering curses of the fox boy. Unfortunately for the man, Naruto had noticed how Tsunade had tensed at the man's appearance and how the peace that once filled the park had now vanished. As soon as the drunk got within reach of the Uzukage, he had been grabbed and brought face to face with him. Before the drunk could utter any insult, he looked into Yuri/Naruto's deep blue eyes and went silent. Those eyes looked like they glowed with power and had such killer intent, he couldn't believe a human was capable of such a thing. "I'll only tell you once. Leave now, or else you will be lucky to wake up with a hangover tomorrow," growled Yuri/Naruto in such a low voice that the Umbu nearby could barely hear him. Afterwards, Yuri/Naruto roughly pushed the man away. Luckily for everyone, the man left immediately. One of the Umbu began approaching Yuri/Naruto. "Great, I'm going to be scolded," thought Naruto rather sarcastically. "Thank you," whispered the Umbu. Naruto's surprised face was rather evident despite his Kage hat shadowing much of his face. Before he could ask the Umbu to repeat himself, he disappeared once more. Deciding that now would be an okay time to approach Tsunade, he made his way over to her. She had gone back to work, but still acknowledged Yuri/Naruto's approach. Thank you for dealing with that. You're welcome. By the way, why do you plant flowers at his grave? Asked Naruto. Tsunade took a second to wipe off the sweat from her brow. As the Hokage, I can't just come by whenever I want to. So I've started planting these flowers every now and then. It's my way of making up for all the times I can't come by. Naruto was having a hard time holding back the tears that threatened to spill. Somehow he did, and they stood there in silence for some time. Are people like that guy I scared away common? Asked Naruto, though he knew the answer. Tsunade nodded. It's a shame when a person can't find peace even in death. I'm sure he's happy to have people like you and Hinata. I'm also happy to see that one of my clansmen is cared for, said Naruto, though it took much to not break down. He hated what he was putting those that cared for him through. Things weren't supposed to be like this. He knew he was liked by some, but he didn't realize how much some cared about him. It was bad enough to see the effect my death had on Hinata, but Grandma Tsunade. They stayed in silence once more. Tsunade went back to tending the garden around Naruto's grave while Yuri/Naruto was trying to get his emotions back under control. Having finished her gardening, Tsunade turned her attention to Yuri/Naruto. I've got most of the paperwork for the Alliance taken care of. Hopefully we can get this taken care of tomorrow. If you want, you're free to stay a bit longer. You allowed my ninjas to stay at your village for longer than needed, so it's only fair I do the same. Thank you. Unfortunately, I have to get back to my village soon. I have been gone for a longer time than I should, replied Yuri/Naruto. Tsunade nodded at this, understanding his need to get back home. She prayed once more in front of the grave before leaving. Yuri/Naruto stayed for some time looking at the grave with his name on it. Chapter 4, Drifting Thoughts. It had been nearly a month since Naruto had returned to Yuzu after forming an alliance with both Suna and Konoha. Karen at the moment was filing away some mission reports at the Uzumaki building. She had noticed that Naruto had been acting strange lately. On the way back from Konoha, he had rarely talked and had been rather evasive when asked if something was wrong. She assumed he would be fine once they returned home. He did seem to brighten up, but that was only when he kept himself busy between his job as the Uzumaki and his new training regimen. Speaking of which, if those readings I'm getting are anything to go by, he's at it again. Ever since his fight with Deidara, Naruto had been training to further increase his speed and reaction timing. He never wanted to be so reliant on traveling on the river as he did back then. Yes, the river had helped increase his speed, but it also trapped him. If he left for land, he would be too slow to outrun the explosive birds thrown at him. As Karen finished putting away the last report, she made her way to the Uzumaki office. Opening the door, she saw Tayuya sitting at Naruto's desk asleep. Apparently, she was wearing the Kage hat to keep the light out of her face. Karen was going to just ignore the situation, but then got an idea. She'd be lying if she didn't say she picked up a few of Naruto's habits. She walked over to a bookshelf and picked the thickest one she could find. Quietly walking back over to the desk, she raised it as high as she could before dropping it onto the desk. The loud bang had caused Tayuya to instantly jump up into a battle stance with a feral look on her face. Karen laughed openly at this. Seeing this, Tayuya sat back down before glaring at Karen. "What the hell was that for?" said Tayuya. Karen took a second to stop laughing. "You should know better than to sleep at his desk." Tayuya's response was instant. "Fuck you, I was tired. Naruto isn't the only one who's been training like crazy. Ever since I've heard from Katsuo about their damn fight against Akatsuki, we've been training, damn it." Karen nodded at this. Truth be told, she would be training too if she was a combative ninja, but she was more of a support member, and Naruto had even preferred her to be so. "So how is Naruto doing? Has he told you what's been bothering him?" asked Karen. "Yeah, it took me a fucking while, but I finally got him to talk about it. He's been bothered by how some of his friends have reacted to his disappearance," answered Tayuya. Karen looked towards where Naruto's chakra was currently at. "I should have guessed that's what it was. So do you have any suggestions on how to help him?" Tayuya shook her head. "I don't know. If it was me, I'd do what I cannot to think about it. But he's already doing that. Maybe if we can get him to do something that isn't so routine," asked Karen. Tayuya got out of the chair and walked over to a blue scroll from Kiri hanging on a shelf. The scroll was an invitation from May. Naruto could have shown up without getting one, but May had sent one hoping to encourage him to come. Maybe if he goes to the Chunin exams, he can stop fucking thinking on things he can't do a damn thing about. Karen smiled at this. "That's actually a good idea. Here'll go talk him into it." Karen had reached out for the scroll, only for Tayuya to move the scroll out of her reach. "Hey, what gives?" asked Karen, rather annoyed. Tayuya shot a glare at her. "What gives is the fact that last time you and Mr. Hot-Blooded had been allowed to go on vacation while I was fucking stuck here. This time it's my turn, and I don't plan to let you to convince him to take you this time instead of me, damn it." Karen was going to try and go with Naruto this time, but guessed that it was only fair that Tayuya got her chance. Not seeing an argument forming, Tayuya left with the scroll and headed towards Naruto's personal training ground. On the way there on a market street, she ran into Katsuo and another man. The man next Katsuo was only a year older than Tayuya. He wore his blue yuzu headband over his short brown hair in a bandana style. Despite his headband, you could tell his hair was parted down the middle with the way his hair stuck out from underneath it. His brown eyes had a calm and somewhat sleepy look to them, while his face wore a relaxed smile. He liked loose, fitting clothes with many pockets if his black cargo pants and dark blue jacket was anything to go by. Even his knuckle-cut-off gloves seemed rather loose on him. As Tayuya looked, she could see he was wearing an artistic shirt, but couldn't tell what exactly. It was thanks to the fact that his jacket wasn't opened wide enough. Without even saying hello or giving some kind of greeting, she walked up to him and opened his jacket wider. The shirt had an armored samurai in a defensive position with his hand ready to draw his sword. Behind him was a sakura tree and various petals patterned onto the shirt as if a wind was blowing. "I see you're going with the damn samurai today, Satoru," said Tayuya. Strangely enough, Satoru didn't seem bothered by Tayuya's rudeness, but then again, this was routine whenever he wore one of these shirts. "Yasuhiro, why do you let Lady Tayuya do that?" asked Katsuo. Satoru gave an annoyed sigh. "Because she isn't doing any harm, and I've told you to call me by my first name. Friends are supposed to throw formality aside, Katsuo." "As you say, Yasuhiro," replied Katsuo. Satoru sighed again before turning to Tayuya. "So Tayuya, what brings you here? On your way to see the boss by chance?" "Yeah, Naruto has been upset since his fucking trip to Konoha. said Taiyuya. Katsuo nodded at this. He did seem bothered on our way back, but me and Lady Karen couldn't seem to figure out what was wrong. Hopefully going to the Chunin exams will help get his damn mind off of whatever is bothering him. Guess it's a good thing I ran into you. He's going to need a second guard, said Taiyuya. Katsuo automatically assumed he would be going. I'll go and prepare immediately. Taiyuya glared at Katsuo. Who the hell said I was taking you? Well, even I thought you were going to take him. Right now, he's far stronger than me, so I would guess he'd be the best choice, said Satoru, trying to keep Taiyuya from tearing into Katsuo. Taiyuya, while still annoyed, turned her attention to Satoru. Well, it's a damn good thing our Yuzukage doesn't need to be fucking babysat then. Katsuo and Karen went last time, and besides, I want someone that's not going to piss me off the entire trip. All right, I guess I'm going then. We'll see you later, Katsuo, said Satoru. Katsuo nodded before walking away. Taiyuya watched as he left. He fucking upset about not going? Nah, just a bit worried he's not living up to the boss's expectations, replied Satoru, scratching his chest. Taiyuya had begun heading towards Naruto's training ground again, with Satoru walking along with her. It didn't take them long to reach their destination. As they walked onto the training area, which was just an open area in a forest, they could see the evidence that Naruto had been overdoing things again. The ground was littered with all sorts of damages from cracks to scorch marks and so on. In the middle was Naruto, surrounded by 6 of his clones. He wasn't wearing his Kage robes, leaving him only in his full body leather armor he always wore underneath it. 2 of the clones engaged him in taijutsu, while 3 others began throwing kunais and shurikens at him, leaving the last clone to fire different ninjutsus at him. The entire time Naruto had only stayed on the defensive and only dodged or blocked. Taiyuya had originally thought he couldn't fight back, but soon realized it was simply part of his training when she saw him ignore several openings. She had to admit that he had greatly improved on how he used his shadow clones. She remembered a time when he would simply create an army worth and have them charge with no strategy. But that wasn't the case here. The clones right now were working together and completely aware of what the others were going to do. The 2 clones fighting hand to hand with Naruto would barely shift their body to the side to dodge a projectile thrown from behind them instead of completely jumping out of the way. And when a ninjutsu was fired, they would do the bare minimal to dodge it and continue their attacks. Every now and then the 3 clones fighting long range would mix in an explosive kunai within their barrage, forcing Naruto to jump away from his current position. This went on for another 10 minutes before Naruto had dispelled his clones and walked towards Taiyuya and Satoru. Working hard as usual, a boss, said Satoru, once again scratching his chest. Yeah, and I see you're still itching, Satoru, replied Naruto. Satoru shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, I'm not scratching as bad as I used to. Naruto nodded before turning to Taiyuya. Hey sis, what's up? We're going to Kiri for the damn Chunin exams, stated Taiyuya. All right, didn't think you and Satoru were dating. Well, enjoy yourselves, said Naruto. Taiyuya smacked Naruto over the head with the scroll. We're not dating, and you know damn well I meant you were going. Wait, what? Taiyuya, I can't just up and leave just to go watch a few fights between Genins, said Naruto. Taiyuya gave him a hard glare before handing him the scroll. If you haven't forgotten, you and the Mizukage have a fucking alliance, and she has asked you to come. And besides you're the Yuzukage, isn't the Chunin exams one of the few things that allows you to go and relax? But we don't even have any Genins to send thanks to the fact that we have just recently gotten the schools up and running. What will be the point of me going? Asked Naruto, not realizing he was in a losing argument. Not wanting to begin screaming at him, she took a second to calm down. Look, you've been working yourself to death between your job as Yuzukage and your training. You should take this chance to go and relax. You won't get many chances with how your life is. Satoru, not really wanting to be standing around for much longer, decided to help. She's right, boss. You've been working non-stop. Come on, just go to this thing and relax a few days. Afterwards, you can go right back to this hectic schedule of yours. Besides, you can catch up with the Mizukage while you're at it. Naruto thought things over for a bit. In truth, they were right, and he could tell that Tayuya wasn't going to give up on this, though he couldn't figure out why she was so adamant on going. He let out a sigh before letting them know they would be leaving tomorrow. 6 days later in Kiri, Naruto walked towards the Mizukage's office, closely followed by Taiya and Satoru. Coming to a set of double doors, he went and knocked only for the doors to swing open before he could even touch the door. The man who had opened the door was rather young and had short, tough, light blue hair and wore square-rimmed glasses that connected to some kind of headphones. He wore a long-sleeved teal turtleneck and tan pants with brown camo patterns on it. Over his turtleneck was a holster for the large dual-handle sword on his back, and had his mist headband sticked into it. If the sword on his back wasn't proof enough that he was one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist his shark-like teeth wore. Thank you for getting the door, Chojuro. Chojuro quickly moved aside to let them in. As Naruto walked in, he could see Mei wasn't wearing her Kage attire, and just simply wore her blue dress. Naruto sat down on one of the chairs before Mei's desk and dismissed Uru and Taiya, as Mei did the same with Chojuro. Taiya and Satoru left quickly while Chojuro was trying to find every reason he could to stay. He eventually left when he saw that he was only annoying Mei. With the guards gone, or at least the visible ones, they began talking. I hope your trip here wasn't any trouble, said Mei. Naruto gave a light chuckle. Well, except for Taiya getting a little seasick and moody, it was pretty much all right. Mei nodded at this. Despite never having met Taiya, she knew how the girl could be thanks to the letters they exchanged. Now that I think about it, you have 2 more alliances. How was your trip to Konoha? She asked. Naruto took a second to try and tilt his Kage hat, but Mei had already seen the sad look on his face. She had tried to ask what was wrong, but Naruto already began talking. The treaties went well, he simply answered. Mei's worried face was easy to read, so before she could ask, he added, I saw some things that really bothered me. I don't really feel like talking about it, at least not until I could do something about it. She understood and quickly went to change the subject. I was really looking forwards to seeing some Whirlpool ninjas participating in these exams. He seemed to brighten up at least a little. Well, I would have sent some, but as you know, we just got our academy up and running only recently. So we haven't actually had any genins produced yet. How do you have the academy system set up, if you don't mind me asking? Asked Mei. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I've pretty much got the teaching done the same as Konoha's, although I've changed the graduating test. I just never liked how Konoha graduated us. It was a common known fact that Konoha produced a good quantity of ninja from their academies, while the quality of these ninjas were random. Some died before their careers ever truly started, though they had several powerful ninjas, such as Kakashi. She had to agree with Naruto's decision to change how they graduated. At the moment, he was trying to stabilize his village and maintain a strong militia and needed an even amount of quality and quantity of ninjas within his village. They continued to chat about random topics for another 30 minutes before Mei informed Naruto that she had to get back to work. He left, letting her know he understood and would talk with her again at the Chunin finals. The next day, last time Naruto was here, he was more concerned with the civil war going on than his interest in the village itself. Luckily, he had arrived early and had 3 days before the Chunin exams. This gave him plenty of time to just simply walk around the village and enjoy all it had to offer. Looking around, he could make a few comparisons to his village due to the fact that both were on small islands. Although Naruto had to wonder if the constant fog that existed in the village was a jutsu similar to the whirlpools that surrounded his village, or if it was just a weird act of nature. He put the thought aside and resigned to just enjoy himself. After leaving a restaurant, he had to admit that he was surprised from the many different seafoods offered that Yuzu didn't have. He thought about finding a way to get Mei to export some of the fishes that Kiri caught over to Yuzu. Walking on with no real direction, he wondered what Satoru and Taiyuya were up to. Taiyuya would most likely look for more music sheets or browse for some flutes. There were many times Naruto had told Taiyuya he enjoyed hearing her play her flute. He never understood it, but he always seemed to relax when she played. Unfortunately, he had no idea what Satoru was up to. The only thing he knew about the man was his interest in artfully designed shirts. He had asked Satoru if he was interested in art, but the man had told him no. Naruto had studied the shirts before trying to find a common connection, but every shirt he wore was different altogether. For instance, the one he wore the other day was that samurai with the cherry tree behind him. Today, he wore one with a white snake design that wrapped around his red shirt. Taia had to do her daily ritual of opening Satoru's jacket to get a better look at it. Once she did, she instantly closed it. Naruto tried to hold back a snicker due to Taiyuya's phobia. In truth, he didn't find it funny, but her reaction to it was. She still didn't like anything that reminded her of the snake Sannin. Naruto had to blink several times as he stared at his current location. Though he didn't exactly have any idea of where to go, he still was surprised to find himself in the old Mizukage office where he and Mei fought Yagura. Naruto didn't know why, but part of himself wanted to leave immediately while another part willed him to stay. He couldn't find any particular reason of why he should leave, so he just stood there. Thinking about his fight, he couldn't help but see images of the fight that occurred here. His thoughts left the fight and once again went to Konoha. He didn't tell Taiyuya and Karen that he felt guilty about what his selfish dream had done to those who cared for him. If he had only been trying to bring his clan back to greatness, he'd gladly have stayed in Konoha. He'd probably still have stayed in Konoha if he wasn't the Uzukage and didn't have a responsibility to his village. His thoughts were interrupted by the clapping of footsteps reverberating through the nearly empty room. He turned about and saw Mei walking up to him. The sad look on her face had him confused until she opened her mouth. I thought you should know that the Hokage plans to show up for the Chunin exams. He turned away. I guess it's true that you can't run from your past. What has been bothering you? Mei asked, clearly concerned. Naruto took a second to think before turning around to reply. When I went to Konoha, I found out that many thought I was dead. But isn't that a good thing? She wondered out loud. It would be if there truly wasn't anyone that cared about me. The people that do care about me are dealing with my false death rather badly, said Naruto barely above a whisper. May thought back to what Naruto said the other day and now understood what he meant. She could see that he was trying to avoid thinking about this, but when did a person's conscience ever listen to them? Naruto, there's nothing you can do about what's going on in Konoha. You're the leader of your village. It's not like you can leave your people just to help those in Konoha, said May. It's ironic how you can tell yourself something, yet it doesn't make an impact on you till someone else tells you the same thing. Naruto looked towards May with a look of understanding. Though I have to wonder why you simply haven't told them who you are. Why go by a fake name? Asked May. Naruto took a second to think of his response. Right now, I'm the Uzumaki only as a self-appointed village leader. There are those of you who have been kind enough to refer to me in this faux title, but until I can become an official Kage, I can't risk anyone knowing about my real identity. May nodded at this. Until your village is recognized as one of the great elemental nations, then people can ignore your title. If Konoha wanted, they could send someone to capture you, and in truth, there wouldn't be anything to truly stop them due to the fact that you're one of their missing nin. Once I've been recognized as a Kage by all 5 great nations, then I'll be able to walk freely, said Naruto. At that point, there wouldn't be anything Konoha could do against you without risking angering the other nations, added May. Naruto gave a soft nod. It's not going to be easy, though. I've increased my territory and have created a rather commendable militia. Yuzu is becoming known once more, and many smaller villages have started admiring us. I know I have your support, and I highly doubt Gaara would try and stop me, although I'm not certain about the Hokage. Tsunade hasn't shown any distrust towards me or Yuzu and actually seems friendly towards us. But that doesn't mean she would be willing to acknowledge Yuzu as one of the great nations. What about the Reikage and Tsuchikage? Asked May. Yeah, I've actually got a trick up my sleeve for the Tsuchikage. It's the Reikage that's going to give me the most trouble, said Naruto, a smirk clearly on his face. May had wanted to ask what Naruto had planned, but had decided she'd find out later. I'm glad to see you're feeling better now, and just as a reminder, you have my support. Naruto flashed another smile. Thank you. I really needed someone to talk to. I just didn't know it. No problem, she said before leaving. 3 days later. It was nostalgic to be watching the Chunin finals. Up on the Kage only row sat Naruto, May, and Tsunade, each adorned in their respective Kage robes. Naruto was actually shocked to see Tsunade wearing hers. He couldn't really remember a time when she wore them other than when she was announced as the Hokage before all of Konoha. Naruto turned his attention at her guards. They were 2 faceless umbus, and all Naruto could remark about was that one wore a lion mask while the other wore a cat mask. Satoru and Taiyo were on both sides of him. Taiyo seemed somewhat bored while Satoru seemed rather interested in the current match. At the moment, a Suna puppeteer was fighting against a named nin. The Sunanin was a rather advanced puppeteer thanks to the fact that he was currently controlling more than one puppet. The Rainin was wearing an oxygen mask, so he wasn't in danger from getting poisoned from any of the gas coming from the puppets, but was unable to attack due to how the puppeteer kept him at bay with one puppet while the other stood guard next to its master. After a while, the Aimnin forfeited, not seeing any way to get around either puppet. "Well, that was rather dull," said Tsunade. Mag chuckled. "It can't be helped. The poor Rainin had just been pitted against an opponent that could stop all his strategies. Wouldn't you agree, Yuri?" Yuri/Naruto didn't answer at first, and May had to call out to him a few times. Yuri/Naruto finally realized she had been calling him by his fake name and acted as if he was too focused on something. "Sorry about that, May. It's just that I've always found the way puppeteers fight is rather amazing." Naruto apologized. It wasn't really a lie. He had always thought that the ability to use puppets was cool, but also realized that to properly learn to use them, one had to have a dedication to them. And he already put that dedication to learning his family ninjutsu, among others. They chatted back and forth for a while on a few of the matches. Tsunade had even began making bets for a few of the matches. He was glad to see that she wasn't as sad as last time he saw her. At least she is happy enough to gamble, thought Naruto with a little humor. He began watching the matches again when suddenly someone in the stands caught his eyes. "Is that who I think that is?" Yuri/Naruto had gotten up from his chair, causing the other two Kages to give him curious looks. "I'm going to go for a little walk. I'm not really the type to stay still for long," answered Naruto. Tsunade gave a soft chuckle. "Trust me, I've noticed." Naruto returned her chuckle with his own before walking off. Somewhere in the stands, Hinata found herself having a conversation with. No, a conversation consisted of two people talking. Right now, she was simply listening to a nobleman talk on and on about his family and status. Unfortunately, Hinata was sent to the Chunin exams finals by her clan council in hopes of finding her a suitor. She didn't want to even begin thinking of such things, but had complied with the consil's wishes and had hoped to simply come here and relax. But somehow this noble had found out about the Hyugas seeking out a suitor for her and decided to approach her. She had wanted to tell the man many times to kindly leave, but her shyness and his mouth wouldn't let her. She was just about to consider ordering the branch guard to knock him out when a familiar voice spoke. "Sir, I believe you are sitting in my seat." The nobleman had turned around to tell off the man, but paled when he looked at Yuri/Naruto. Quickly getting up, the nobleman began apologizing profusely over and over again. Yuri/Naruto had quietly sat down next to Hinata as the nobleman left. Thank you, Yuri," Hinata said when the nobleman was out of sight. Yuri/Naruto laughed. "No problem. It looked like you were being annoyed. If you don't mind me asking what brings you here," asked Naruto. Hinata sighed. "And my clan council decided to take advantage of the Chunin exams to try and get me to, for better words, mingle with other high noble members of society." Yuri/Naruto nodded. "That makes sense. The finals for the Chunin exams gather many of these kinds of people." Naruto pointed to various people dressed in rich garments. Hinata sadly nodded at this. "I take it you really don't want to do this," stated Yuri/Naruto. Hinata shook her head. Naruto had begun to notice the stares in their direction, and that many were staring at Hinata more so than both of them. He looked at Hinata and saw that she noticed the stares as well and was growing rather uncomfortable. Is there a match you're looking forward to watching? Asked Yuri/Naruto. Hinata shook her head. What would you like to walk around the village instead? Asked Yuri/Naruto. I would, but my guard was ordered to make sure I stayed in the stadium. I really don't want him to get in trouble, replied Hinata. Yuri/Naruto took a moment to think when a sly smile crossed his face. Well, as long as he thinks you're mingling with a possible suitor, I don't think he'll get in too much trouble, said Yuri/Naruto. Yuri/Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at how Hinata's face went completely red, and as she began stuttering to the point that barely anyone could understand what she was saying. Well, I can't say that's not the Hinata I'm used to, thought Yuri/Naruto humorously. You mean unte mimand, stuttered Hinata. Yuri/Naruto gently lay a hand on Hinata's shoulder, hoping to calm her. She went completely quiet when she felt his touch, but he couldn't tell if it was because she calmed down or if it was because she was too shocked. Either way, he could now talk. Look, I'm only saying he needs to think that, whispered Yuri/Naruto. Hinata calmed when she heard him and nodded to let him know it was okay for them to leave. As they got up, Yuri/Naruto offered his arm. Might as well paint a picture for them. Hinata seemed hesitant at first, but eventually linked her arm with his, letting out a small giggle as they left. Back with the Kages. Wow, boss left for a pretty good reason, said Satoru. Taiya, Mei, and Tsunade looked at Satoru with puzzled looks. What the hell are you talking about? Said Taiyuya. Satoru simply pointed out to a section at the top of the spectator rows. They followed the direction he pointed and saw Yuri/Naruto with his arm linked with Hinata leaving the stadium. Tsunade openly laughed when she recognized Hinata. I wonder how many shades of red I can make her turn on the way back. The two-leaf Umbu couldn't help but feel sorry for Hinata, but at least the trip back would be less boring. Mei was shaking her head back and forth while Taiyuya was having similar thoughts to Tsunade. Seeing that Yuri/Naruto would no longer stay in the stadium, Taiyuya and Satoru left to go shadow them. Outside of the stadium, Yuri/Naruto and Hinata were walking through the village to the market section. The branch Yuga that was guarding Hinata had followed them out, but kept his distance. Yuri/Naruto was expecting to see Niji, but guessed he was out on a mission. Neither had attempted to unlink their arms, and if Naruto was truthful, he didn't really want to. So where do you want to go, Hinata? Asked Yuri/Naruto. I'm not really sure. I really wouldn't mind if you chose, said Hinata. Yuri/Naruto shook his head. I arrived early, so I've had plenty of time to look around. I don't really have a place in mind, but if you want, I guess I could show you around. Return the favor back from when you showed me around Konoha. I would really enjoy that, Yuri, said Hinata quietly. Yuri/Naruto spent the next few hours showing Hinata around to the places he knew about. It wasn't his village, so he couldn't exactly give its history, but he could tell her the little he knew from some of the letters he and Mei sent to each other. At one point, they had walked by the Mizukage building, and Yuri/Naruto decided to walk through and tell her about him, and Mei fighting Yagura, considering it was the only event he truly knew about. He tried to give exact details of the fight, and made sure to include the part that if Mei wasn't there, he'd be hanging from the hook of Yagura's staff. Hinata had giggled at his embarrassment. After a while, Yuri/Naruto had taken Hinata to a cliff that overlooked the entire village. This had the unfortunate event of making the Hyuga Guard become very cautious due to the fact that they were in an isolated area. "The view is rather beautiful," said Hinata. Yuri/Naruto turned his attention away from the guard and back to Hinata. "Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about this spot except the obvious," said Yuri/Naruto. Hinata shrugged her shoulders before sitting down on one of the benches nearby. Yuri/Naruto followed her example, but made sure to situate his robes before sitting. Thinking back to some of the things he noticed about Hinata during his little tour, "I noticed you looking at some of the wedding dresses on our way here. I thought you weren't looking forward to a suitor," said Yuri/Naruto. Hinata seemed to get sad at this. "I would like to get married, but I don't want someone chosen for me, and many of the people I've met here seem too full of themselves," said Yuri/Naruto. Hinata giggled. "Well, I was trying to put it nicely, but yes, I guess you could say that." Yuri/Naruto smiled. "I can understand what you mean about not wanting someone picked for you. I would like to really get to know someone before choosing whether I wanted to marry them or not." Hinata nodded. Besides, once the person I'm forced to marry finds out how I'm, well, as Naruto once said, weird, he wouldn't want anything to do with me." Yuri/Naruto lowered his head hearing that. He remembered when he called her weird. He had also said he liked people like her, but that still didn't make it seem any better from his point of view. "Dumbass. One of the few conversations you had with her back then, and you had to go and call her weird." Yuri/Naruto took a second to think before responding. He didn't want to make any more screw-ups like he did in the past. Being weird isn't necessarily a bad thing. "And besides, if you're weird, then so am I," said Yuri/Naruto, trying to cheer her up. Hinata shook her head and gave Yuri/Naruto a gentle smile. Thank you for trying to cheer me up, but you're not weird." "Oh yeah. Is it normal for someone our age to be the leader of their village?" said Naruto. Hinata took a few seconds to reply. "That may not be normal, but it doesn't mean you're weird. It simply means you're stronger than most people our age." Yuri/Naruto shook his head. "Hinata, the amount of responsibility my job demands would cause most teens to have mental breakdowns and cry. The only reason I haven't is because I am weird." They went on like this for some time. Yuri/Naruto would tell her she wasn't weird or make himself out to be weirder, while she would try to tell him he was wrong. Despite the fact that they were technically arguing, Yuri/Naruto had noticed that Hinata was smiling. Unfortunately, Hinata had noticed the time. "I'm sorry, Yuri, but it's getting late," said Hinata. Yuri/Naruto looked out at the sky and saw the sun setting. "I see. I didn't mean to take all your time." Hinata blushed. "It's all right. I really enjoyed my time. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that I'm not the only one," replied Yuri/Naruto. Yuri/Naruto watched as Hinata waved goodbye before leaving with her guard. Shortly afterwards, Taiya and Satoru made themselves known. He watched them walk out of the woods and took notice of the large grin in Taiya's face. Naruto let out a sigh. "Thank you for not bothering us, but I doubt you're not going to tease me about this all the way back to Yuzu." Taiya openly laughed at him. "You bet your fucking ass I will. I can't wait to tell Karen about this." Naruto shook his head. Hey, Satoru, can I borrow the shirt you were wearing the other day ago? You know, the one with the snake. Sorry, boss, but I had to give that one up under a promise that if I ever wore it again, every last one of my shirts would be burned. I doubt I have to tell you how hard those shirts are to find, said Satoru while glancing at Tayuya every now and then. Tayuya adopted a wicked grin. The next few days are going to be good. Chapter 5: A Goal Fulfilled and a Re-Emerging Past. For months after the Chunin exams, a mile away from Iron Country, Naruto groaned as he woke up staring at the roof of his tent. Speaking of tents, he looked down toward his crotch and let out another groan. This is ironic. I've pitched a tent in a tent. For the past few weeks, Naruto had been having dreams of a lavender-eyed Hyuga. Sure enough, as soon as Naruto, Taiya, and Satoru left Kiri, Taiya kept her word and teased Naruto the whole way back. Things didn't get any better when Karen was told about his mingling with Hinata. For the entire week after that, they would take as many chances to tease him about it. Karen had gone so far as to make fake messages from the Hyuga Council asking to arrange a marriage with him. One day, Naruto had gotten a scroll from the Hyuga Council and nearly had a heart attack when he saw that it wasn't another fake. He stopped panicking once he saw that it was simply a request that he and Hinata meet more often. He had grown to like Hinata from the few times they got to see each other, and would admit she was beautiful. But marriage wasn't something he wanted to just jump into. Though that didn't mean he wouldn't take advantage of the council's generosity to see Hinata. Apparently, the branch member that was sent to guard Hinata had given a thorough report of all he had saw. Thus, the Hyuga Council was hoping to increase Yori's and Hinata's relationship. Over the past few months, when Naruto wasn't being buried in his job and Hinata wasn't on a mission, they would meet up. Naruto had tried to make trips to Konoha to see her as much as possible, but thanks to his position as Uzukage, it was Hinata that came to see him most of the time. Of course, this only fueled Tayuya and Karen's teasing, but he had begun to get used to it. Naruto was happy to see that he wasn't the only one taking advantage of the concealed request, as Hinata had used every chance she could to avoid other possible suitors. As time went on, he had grown to like Hinata more and more. He was confused at first when he had begun having dreams of Hinata. Due to the nature of some of his dreams, he thought that it was simply lust he felt for her. But after a while, he began to realize that he cared for her. He wouldn't say that he loved her. There simply hadn't been enough time to know for sure, at least as far as he was concerned. Naruto sighed as he looked back at his tent's ceiling. Today's the day I achieve my goal. If everything goes as planned, I'll become an official Kage, and my village will be one of the great nations. But chances are once I reveal who I am, I'll have a lot of angry people to deal with. Naruto had sent a messenger Nin back and forth to Iron Country asking to call for a meeting with the 5 Kages. In order for his goal to be achieved, he needed all the Kages to recognize Yuzu as one of the great nations, after which they would have to hold this meeting anyway. So Naruto figured that he might as well get all 5 of them together and take care of 2 birds with 1 stone. Luckily, the current leader of the samurais had agreed to call the other Kages and allow the meetings to take place. Getting out of his makeshift bed and getting dressed in his blue leather armor and long kimono, he exited his tent. Karen had coached him on many things that he should or shouldn't do. One of those things was wearing his Kage robes to the meeting. He didn't want to piss off the Tsuchikage and or Reikage, and as it was wearing Kage robes while he wasn't an official one would most likely do that. Karen had also made sure to help him rehearse his arguments and find ways around certain arguments that could keep him from being a Kage. Naruto wouldn't admit it, but he had been really nervous about today. Thanks to Karen's help, Naruto felt much better about the meeting. Speaking of Karen, she was awake and already had breakfast prepared. "You worried about today?" she asked. Naruto laughed. "I'd be lying if I said no." Karen nodded. "Never thought we would really be attempting this. I mean, we've come so far in such a short amount of time. It's mostly thanks to you and Taiyuya." "Dumbass, you don't give yourself enough credit," said Taiyuya, just as she got out her tent. Seeing that everyone was up, Karen began handing everyone their meals. They ate in silence as the pressure of what they were about to do crept up on them. Naruto had hid how nervous he was but Karen and Taiyuya had long ago picked up on nervous habits, such as his lack of appetite right now. "So, if everything goes well, and you reveal who you really are, what's our escape plan?" asked Taiyuya. Naruto and Karen turned their attention towards Taiyuya. Out of all of them, it was always easiest to tell when Taiyuya was nervous or truly scared, simply because she didn't curse during those times. "I've got a plan. It's rather simple, though," said Naruto. 30 minutes later, slash land of iron. As Naruto, Karen, and Tavia made their way to the meeting room, they couldn't help but marvel at the inside structure of the Three Wolves Mountain. The inside was smooth, and though it looked like the inside of a large cave, it held an aura of dignity. The samurais that were stationed around the structure seemed to wear full body armor and helmets that acted as gas masks. Once they arrived to their destination, they found a room with a large circular table with 7 chairs. Mifune, most of the other Kages were already there. As Naruto noticed that the only one not here was the Tsuchikage. Walking over, he sat in the chair next to Gaara, who happened to be sitting next to Mei. The two gave him a knowing look, and Naruto simply nodded back at them. Naruto looked across the table towards the leader of Iron Country. Mifune was a rather old man, but was still quite able to fight skillfully. He had long gray hair that had bandages wrapped around the top. His face had several wrinkles and had a long goatee and mustache that hung down. His long kimono was of a light shade of purple. From what Naruto could tell from the messages he read, Mifune was level-headed and strict. Looking at Mifune once more, Naruto was thanking Karen. Mifune was going to be the mediator of this meeting, and as such wouldn't allow things to get out of control or off topic. He wasn't going to be able to go the others. If he was to succeed, he would have to be to the point. Naruto began looking at the other Kages to see if he could get a feel for how they were. Tsunade seemed calm, but a little annoyed, not that he blamed her. She had the same Umbu with her that she had last time, except they weren't wearing their masks. Mei was chatting with Gaara, but couldn't tell what the two were saying. The guards Mei brought was Chojuro and some guy with eye patch. Gaara had brought his brother and sister along with him. Naruto looked towards the rakeage and his guards who were in the chair next to him. The man was very muscular and had very dark skin. He had white hair that had been slicked back and a small mustache and goatee. He wore no shirt underneath his Kage robes and had a large gold belt with a boar's face on it. Naruto took his attention away from the rakeage just as the doors opened, showing a very short man wearing a strange green and yellow coat with a red collar. Looking towards the old man's face, he couldn't stop the sweat drop that formed on his face. What the hell is with everyone above the age of 40 deciding to grow a mustache and goatee? thought Naruto. Taking his attention off of the man's facial hair, he noticed the swollen red nose and bold scalp. The man did have some hair, but only on the sides and at the back where it was tied up in a bun with a yellow ribbon. The man took a seat in the last chair, though due to his size that Suchikage had to get something extra to sit on. Seeing that everyone was present, Mifune raised his hand to begin the meeting. As you all know, you've all been called here to discuss whether Yuzu should be a part of the great nations, stated Mifune. That Suchikage scoffed as he heard this. I've always hated these meetings, but to think we're going to seriously discuss allowing such a small country to be recognized is absurd. Naruto looked around, gauging how the others reacted to the statement. The Raikage seemed to be in agreement. Gaara and Tsunade seemed oblivious to it, while Mei seemed to be a little unnerved by it. He couldn't blame her, seeing as Kiri wasn't that much bigger than Yuzu. Deciding to make his argument, Naruto spoke. I'm Yuri Uzumaki, the leader of Yuzu. And as far as my country's size goes, you should take a look at this map and these documents. Karen pulled out the documents and map and passed them to Yuri/Naruto. He passed them to the other Kages for them to pass around as well. Once everyone finished looking over the papers, Yuri/Naruto went on. As you can see, Hot Springs Country has become a part of Yuzu. With both countries sized together, we're just as big as Water Country, said Naruto, retrieving the documents and handing them back to Karen. The Raikage looked towards Yuri/Naruto. If I remember correctly, your country was destroyed once before. What's to stop it from happening again? Increasing your territory doesn't mean your village will be able to defend themselves from attacks. He has a point, stated Mifune. Yuri/Naruto nodded his head. Though it was destroyed once, that was due highly to the fact that several villages were involved with its destruction out of fear. I know that some means from Konoha, Iwa, and Kimo have tried to sneak into my village several times. This is not the same Yuzu. I've gathered together a great number of ninjas for my village. We haven't participated in any Chunin exams, but this doesn't mean I don't have powerful ninjas. I can testify to witnessing one ninja of Yuzu who single-handedly held off and killed one of Suna's S rank, missing Nin Sasori of the Red Sand, said Gaara, stretching the truth slightly. This shocked many in the room. Sasori was a well-known Nin for his skills. For someone to be able to actually hold their ground against him would be amazing indeed. That Suchikage tried to act unimpressed. Yuri/Naruto smirked. I guess I might as well bring in my trump card. Karen, please give me a hand. Karen nodded, understanding what he meant. She reached into her bag and handed him a black scroll. Yuri/Naruto placed the scroll on the table and unrolled it in front of him, revealing a seal. Some of the Kage's guards looked like they would jump to attack any second. While we're on the subject, I'd like to show that Suchikage something, said Yuri/Naruto. He pricked his finger and swiped some blood across the seal. A small puff of smoke appeared and dissipated, revealing a clear canister. Within the canister was a severed arm with some kind of liquid keeping it from rotting. Several looked at the arm, puzzled, excluding Gaara and that Suchikage, who recognized it. Are you trying to threaten me? Growled that Suchikage. Yuri/Naruto smirked. I'm glad to see you recognize Daidara's arm. After I killed him, I kept his arm due to his unique ability. Mifune chose to interrupt. Uzumaki, I hope you realize that angering others won't convince them to recognize your village. I know that, Mifune, but I'm not trying to anger the Tsuchikage. I intend to make a proposal to him, replied Yuri/Naruto. The Tsuchikage raised eyebrow at this. And what exactly would this proposal of yours be? Yuri/Naruto resealed the arm before handing the scroll back to Karen. Before I explain my proposal, let me inform you what some of my med-neens discovered about Daidar's arms. It's rather interesting of what we discovered. Apparently, Daidara had the ability to use his chakra to cause explosion, something that was associated with his blood limit. But his ability to put his chakra into clay was not. Given enough time, me and my med-neens could probably find a way to pass this ability on to others with further study on Daidara's hands. And I'm sure my allies would like me to pass on my findings, said Yuri/Naruto, giving Gaara, Mei, and Tsunade each a nod. The Kages were all interested in hearing what Yuri/Naruto was saying. The Tsuchikage, on the other hand, was furious and slightly nervous. The small Kage let out a grunt. Are you trying to bribe me? Yuri/Naruto shook his head. No. As I said earlier, I simply want to make a proposal. I give you Daidara's arm to do with as you please, and in return you recognize my village as one of the great nations. In the end, it's your choice. The Tsuchikage was wondering why Mifune had done nothing to stop this. Anyone could easily see that this was blackmail. Mifune just stared on. In truth, this was a ninja affair, and tricks like this were expected. To Mifune, Yuri/Naruto was just simply proving that he and his ninja were not to be underestimated. Despite his samurai way of life, he had to admire what Yuri/Naruto was doing. He was forcing someone who would do everything he could to prevent Yuzu from being recognized to do the opposite or have one of his village's secrets spread out to the other villages. Fine, I'll agree to your proposal, said the Tsuchikage while holding his hand out for the scroll. Yuri/Naruto smirked. That's good to hear. I'll give you the scroll after this meeting is over. The Tsuchikage was pissed, but nodded. The Reikage was staying neutral, but didn't like what happened. I'll admit you have a way with words. But what would happen if a village were to declare war on Yuzu? What would you do then? Asked the Reikage. The Kages all turned their attention to Yuri/Naruto. Hearing him chuckle was the last thing they expected. Trust me, Reikage, that's the last thing you want to do. Kyumo is located not too far from Yuzu, but Kiri is just as close. Mei smiled hearing this. Yuri is right about that, Reikage. The fact that Yuzu and Kiri surround Kyumo doesn't help. And if you were to declare war on Yuzu, you would also be declaring war on Kiri due to the agreement me and Yuri made when creating our alliance. The Reikage looked confused. Why is Kiri and Yuzu allied? Due to the fact that both villages are located on islands, it would make more sense that you two would be enemies out of fear that your funds from overseas trades would diminish. Yuri/Naruto looked towards Mei and gave her the go-ahead to answer for them. As it was he would be the main person talking today, the less talking he had to do, the better. If you must know, it's because Yuri helped me take out Kiri's previous Mizuka Jigura. It's true that Yuzu and Kiri have similar resources, but at the same time there are resources in Yuzu that can't be found in Kiri and vice versa, said Mei. Tsunade decided to point something out. You said Yuri helped you kill your previous Mizukage. That's not exactly something a village leader should do. Mei turned her attention to Tsunade. Yagura was a tyrant. He started the Bloodline Massacre, which started a civil war in our village. Many of our Nin went rogue because of it. If Yuri didn't help us, when he did, we'd probably still be recovering. Tsunade nodded her head at hearing this. I understand, though the fact he meddled in another village's politics has me concerned. If one of our villages were to have a civil war of their own, would Yuri interfere in it as well? Deciding he didn't like where this was going, Yuri/Naruto decided to speak up. Back when I helped Mei fight Yagura, I wasn't a village leader. My village wasn't even truly formed back then. I had helped Mei in hopes of getting an early alliance with Kiri and having support should another village get word of Yuzu and try to destroy us. As of right now, I wouldn't be able to just up and go to another village to solve its problems when I have the responsibility of my own village to worry about. Tsunade thought for a second before replying. I guess that is true, but what would stop you from sending ninja to assist other rebellions? Again, back when I helped Mei, I didn't have a village to worry about. My actions today could put my village in danger. If I sent out a squad of ninja to assist a rebellion and they were discovered, the village leader would most likely target my village. I'm not saying that Yuzu isn't strong enough to defend itself, but I don't want to start senseless wars, said Yuri/Naruto. Tsunade smiled. Thank you. That's all I was concerned about. If you don't mind, I believe we should get back to the question of Yuzu's military might, stated Mifune. Everyone nodded. The meeting went on for several hours. Yuri/Naruto had to show mission records and bounties as ninja had claimed. Luckily, Karen had brought along all the documents needed to prove such things. Of course, Yuri/Naruto didn't reveal anything that would give away too much about his village. The Tsuchikage remained quiet throughout the entire meeting, while the Raikage had asked several questions and made several random comments, some positive and some negative. Tsunade had only asked a few questions, but nothing that seemed to damage Yuzu's chances. And as Yuri/Naruto expected Gaara and Mei were giving him their full support. At some point, Mifune put the meeting on hold for a break to allow the Kages to think before the final decision would be made. A random hallway. Just as some of the other Kages and their guards Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen went away from the meeting room. He had expected it to take a while, but was still annoyed. Damn it, I hope they don't try to prolong this, said Tayuya. Karen just sighed. Naruto shook his head. I think for once, Tayuya, we all agree with you. Although if the Raikage asks me another damn question, I might just declare war on Kyumo. Calm down, Yuri. He's just doing his job as his village's Kage. It's not like old times when there were plenty of wars that determined all this. Besides with what you did with Tsuchikage, and how obvious it is that you have the Mizukage and Kazekage on your side, someone has to make sure you're qualified to be a Kage, said Karen. Tayuya snorted hearing that. Well, at least he's the only one we really have to worry about. I have to admit that I'm surprised that all 5 of them showed up, mentioned Naruto. Karen nodded. It probably has something to do with their vote being dismissed due to their absence. Speaking of vote, we should get back to the meeting. Naruto smirked. Wait, Karen, not just yet. Karen and Tayuya looked at Naruto, both confused. A few minutes later, back in the meeting room, Yuri/Naruto, Tayuya, and Karen walked back in to find everyone else already seated and waiting on him. The Tsuchikage eyed the canister Yuri/Naruto was holding the entire time. As soon as Yuri/Naruto sat down, Mifune cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. As I'm sure we're all ready to finish this meeting, I'll get to the point. No more discussions. Each of you will give your decision and the reason behind it, said Mifune, pointing towards Tsunade to start. I vote for Yuzu to become one of the great nations. From what we've seen, Yuzu has been doing great. It's not like it has a lack of funds, and even if it were to go through some rough times, it would have hot spring country to fall back on. One of my men have tried to have spies infiltrate Yuzu only to be discovered and sent back. Tsunade turned to the Tsuchikage and gave him the go-ahead. What are you looking at me for? It's not like everyone doesn't already know my vote, answered the Tsuchikage. Mifune shook his head. State your vote. I don't want any arguments after this. The Tsuchikage snorted. Fine. I vote that Yuzu becomes one of the great nations. It's clear he has ways to achieve what he wants. Gaara saw it was his turn. I vote for Yuzu to become one of the great nations. I have personally witnessed what his ninja are capable of. I vote for Yuzu to become one of the great nations. I have seen what he and his ninja are capable of. That was a few years ago. They could have only become better with time, said Mei. Yuri/Naruto looked towards the Raikage. For what he gathered from the meeting, the giant Kage was a rather gruff man. He didn't like the fact that just one man's decision could keep him from achieving his goal. The Raikage took a few seconds to think before answering. Mai and Yuzu's ninja have crossed paths many times in the past, mostly due to being hired by conflicting employers. I have heard much about your ninja, and the documents you brought before us has only proven what I thought. I don't like what you did to force the Tsuchikage's hand, but this is the world of ninja. Therefore, I vote for Yuzu to become one of the great elemental nations. Mifune turned his attention to Yuri/Naruto. With that over with, this meeting is over. Yuzu is now one of the great nations and now has its right to have a Uzukage. Yuri/Naruto smiled hearing this and signaled for Karen to give the Tsuchikage Daidara's arm. Once he had the arm, the Tsuchikage seemed a little less nervous and actually smiled, though the smile seemed rather vicious. Yuri/Naruto took a deep breath before speaking. Thank you, Mifune and everyone else. But there is something I need to say. Everyone looked at him somewhat confused or worried, except for Gaara and Mei. Yuri/Naruto gulped as he saw Tsunade stare at him. It is with great pleasure that I, Naruto Uzumaki, take up the mantle of Uzukage. Some of the people gave disinterested looks, while the others' looks varied. Mei smiled, and Gaara had a slight smile till he looked at Tsunade's face and actually held up a hand to cover his snicker. Tsunade was frozen for shock. Unfortunately, this only lasted for a few seconds longer. A few miles away from Iron Country, Naruto suddenly stopped as he received information from the shadow clones he left back at the meeting. Hey Naruto, what the hell is wrong? Asked Tayuya. Naruto gave them a nervous look. We should start running. As in now. Why, what is going? Asked Karen. Naruto took a second to start dashing across the landscape and waited till Tayuya and Karen caught up to answer. The good news is that Yuzu is officially a part of the great nations. Also, I no longer have to go by the name of Yuri, thanks to all the Kages knowing my real name now. Which brings me to the bad news. Tsunade is pissed, really, really pissed. Taiya and Karen nodded in understanding and began running faster. Naruto had talked about the Sannin he always called Grandma Tsunade several times. One of the things he mentioned was how she sent him flying once by simply flicking him in the forehead with one finger. They didn't want to find out what she could do with her whole fist while angry. Several hours later, after traveling for so far, they decided it would be okay to stop at a town. Once they bought a hotel room, Naruto left to walk around. He assumed that Tayuya and Karen would do the same, considering that there was still some time before night. As he walked, he couldn't help but think about all that happened today. A smile crossed his face when he thought about officially being Uzukage, but quickly disappeared when he thought about his eventually confrontation with Tsunade. He wasn't planning on just avoiding her in Konoha. That would only cause her to come to Yuzu. And there are plenty of others I need to talk to, especially Hinata. The thought of Hinata made him feel nervous. Tsunade had been pissed when she discovered who he really was. Would Hinata feel the same way? Naruto took a second to clear his mind. He didn't need to go back to feeling guilty all the time. Looking towards the sky, he saw the moon just barely visible above the horizon. Naruto's head suddenly whipped around, facing towards the direction of the hotel they were staying at. He didn't know why, but something wasn't right. A few blocks away from the hotel, just as Naruto thought Tayuya and Karen had head shortly after him. Tayuya was heading towards a bar, while Karen decided to go to a bookstore. She spent most of her time just window shopping, but eventually left with 2 romance novels. She wasn't like Naruto, who had endless amounts of energy, or Tayuya, who liked to stay out late, so she began to back to the hotel. But as she rounded a corner, she felt a chakra far too similar to a person she didn't ever want to meet again. Hello, Karen. She couldn't help but blink. She recognized the voice, but his chakra was felt so different from the last time she met him. She slowly turned around. Sasuke? She asked. Once Karen fully turned around, she saw that it was definitely Sasuke. He had medium-length black hair with matching eyes. His attire consisted of a gray sleeveless shirt and black pants. Hanging from his waist was a blue cloth that had purple rope tied in a bow. A straight katana was slipped behind him in between the purple rope and the blue cloth. "What are you doing here?" asked Karen. Sasuke didn't immediately respond. "I'm looking for my brother." Karen looked away. "I see. Well, good luck." She tried to walk away, but Sasuke stopped her. "I need your help." Karen looked back at Sasuke. "What did you say?" He took a few steps, closing the gap between them. "I need your chakra sensing ability to find him." "Sasuke, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. I'm part of a village that depends on me," said Karen. Turning around once more to leave, she began walking away, only for Sasuke to grab her arm. "Karen, you're the only one I know that can actually help me find Itachi," said Sasuke. In truth, Karen was touched to hear him say that. But, "Sasuke, that doesn't change that my village needs me, and I can't just leave. I also can't leave Naruto when he's going to need me more than ever." Hoping to finally end the conversation, she went to walk away, but she forgot about Sasuke's grip on her arm. "Please let go of my arm," she told him. Karen made a few attempts to pull away, but found that he had no intention of letting go. Looking toward his face, she saw his eyes closed as if thinking about something. He opened his eyes to reveal 2 red eyes each one with 3 tomo. Sasuke glared at Karen with his Sharingan. I'm no longer asking Karen. You can either come along willingly, or I can knock you out and carry you away. Suddenly, she wished she had trained like Naruto and the others did. She felt helpless in this situation. She was about to make one last effort to get away, this time by any means possible, but was stopped when a killing intent strong enough to make even Sasuke flinch went off. Threaten her again, Sasuke, and I'll turn you into the living definition of the 3 wise monkeys. Author's note: in case those of you don't know what the 3 wise monkeys are, they are 3 monkeys that each cover a different part of their head that symbolize see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. Sasuke spun around to see a man shadowed by the moon. The only thing Sasuke could see was the man's red slitted eyes. It didn't take long for him to remember where he saw those eyes before. Naruto, I'm curious as to why you're here. Sasuke had accidentally let go of Karen's arm when the killing intent flowing off of Naruto increased greatly. Karen, finally free, slowly moved around until she was directly behind Naruto. The 2 red-eyed teens stared at one another for several minutes before Naruto decided to break the silence. I'll warn you once and only once. Stay away from Karen, said Naruto in a voice that promised all kinds of harm. Sasuke had been trying to cast a Genjutsu on Naruto the entire time, only to realize that Karen was pumping chakra into Naruto and disrupting his illusions before they could even take effect. Karen was shocked when Sasuke had left without a word. Naruto and Karen had done nothing but watch Sasuke as he left, neither one of them believing that Sasuke would just leave without trying something. Once he was out of sight, the 2 visibly calmed. Naruto turned towards Karen, his eyes back to their blue color. Karen, let's go get a bite to eat. He began walking away, with Karen simply following. When they get to a small ramen stand, they ordered their meals and stayed quiet for the most part. When have you met Sasuke? Asked Naruto. Karen took a bite of the food that was sat down in front of her. Back when I was in Odo, Orochimaru sent him to help me bring back some prisoners that escaped. What about you? When I was at Konoha, Nin, we were part of the same team. Back then I could say we were many things: rivals, friends, teammates. Nowadays I'm not sure what to call him, said Naruto, rather sadly. He didn't feel like talking about Sasuke anymore, but felt he needed to know more. Karen, when he was talking to you, you seemed hesitant to be more forceful about telling him no. What? Asked Naruto. Karen looked down, avoiding Naruto's gaze. Mostly shock, somewhat because of a crush I have for him, or had for him. Naruto looked confused. Why were you shocked? His chakra felt similar to Orochimaru. The worst part was that it actually felt like he was standing in front of me, and at the same time, so was Sasuke, said Karen barely above a whisper. There's no way that was Orochimaru. The fact that Sasuke left was proof enough of that, commented Naruto. Karen looked back towards Naruto. I know that, but still his chakra has changed so much since I've last met him. And why did he just leave? Naruto shook his head. I don't know really. Despite the fact that I threatened him, I was expecting him to at least start a fight. Do you think he'll leave us alone? Asked Karen. She had met Sasuke only once while Naruto had been around the Uchiha much more. I doubt it. He's just as stubborn as me when he really wants something. replied Naruto. They stayed silent for some time. Suddenly a thought came to Karen. Shouldn't we go find Tayuya and warn her that Sasuke is here? The laugh that came out of Naruto surprised her. I don't really think we need to. Seeing Karen's confused face, Naruto decided to add to his comment. If Sasuke tries to approach Tayuya, he'll be wishing that Konoha had captured him. And why is that? Asked Karen curiously. Naruto began laughing again. Well, it goes back to when Tayuya was part of the Sound Four. Orochimaru had sent the Sound Four to go get Sasuke and bring him to Odo, while me and a few others were sent to chase after them and bring Sasuke back. Tayuya at some point had a fight against a friend of mine. At some point during the fight, my friend got back up from Tamari, who had used some summoning to cut down a large portion of the trees in the area they were fighting in. Tayuya had been unfortunate and had been nearly crushed to death under all the trees, which left her in bad shape for a long time. Ironically, she doesn't blame her opponents, but Sasuke and Orochimaru instead. If she sees Sasuke, I'm sure she'll tear him apart. Karen couldn't help the smirk that crossed her face. I hope for your sake she never finds out that you were part of the team. She already knows, said Naruto, happy that the mood was picking up. Letting out a sigh, Karen voiced her thoughts. If Sasuke has no intentions of leaving us alone, what should we do? Nothing. I've warned him to stay away from you, and if he doesn't listen, I'll simply take care of things, said Naruto, as if nothing was wrong. She shook her head and let out another sigh. Maybe we should take shifts in case he tries to approach our hotel room. If you feel better about it that way, but I get first watch, said Naruto. Karen was about to protest, but stopped when she saw the serious look in his eyes. She simply nodded her head to let him know she understood. Once they finished eating, they went back to the hotel room. An hour later, at the moment Naruto was sitting in a chair, he sat in the corner of the room. He watched over Karen as she slept and wondered where Tayuya was. Though it was possible he doubted that her and Sasuke got into a fight, it was far too quiet for that to have happened. It was odd. After 3 years of neither seeing or hearing about Sasuke, he suddenly comes across him, threatening his sister. Naruto had to calm himself to keep his killer intent from flooding the room. He didn't want to wake up Karen. In truth, he had no intention of resting till Tayuya got back. The thought of Sasuke reminded him of his promise to Sakura. Yet another person who would be angry at him once she figured out that he was Yuri all along. At least I'll be expecting her to hit me, he thought sadly. Karen shifted in her bed, drawing his attention. He smiled when he saw her face being illuminated by the moon's light. It was funny how Karen looked very much like Tayuya when she wasn't wearing her glasses. Getting up, Naruto walked over to Karen's bed and picked up her headband before walking over to the window. He looked out the window for a few seconds, firmly holding onto the headband and tracing the spiral on it. Another hotel nearby. Sasuke had followed Naruto and Karen to their hotel and watched as they entered their room. Afterwards, he checked into one of the hotels across the street and picked a room that would have a window facing towards Naruto's room. He had hated to sneak around like this, but he had no choice. After he had absorbed Orochimaru into him, he formed a team to help him hunt down Itachi. He had wanted Karen to join as well, but she had disappeared about 2 years ago. Funny how he finds her with Naruto of all people. Unfortunately, earlier today, he and his team had run into Kakashi and most of his ex-classmates. A fight broke out, and in the end, Sasuke had to abandon his team in order to escape. Imagine his luck when he spotted Karen in the same town he hid in. He would have fought Naruto earlier, but he didn't want any Konoha Nins to get any leads on his location. It had been hard enough to spread his scent so Kiba wouldn't be able to track him. He watched as Naruto sat in the corner of the room. When Naruto confronted him, he didn't get a good look at him. In truth, he wouldn't even recognize him if it weren't for the familiar killing intent or his red-slitted eyes. Sasuke looked back, waiting on Naruto to either get too tired or switch out with Karen. If he had to fight him, he wanted it to be quick and quiet, hopefully giving him enough time to get away before he caused too much commotion. Seeing Naruto approach the window, he quickly moved out of view, using a well-polished kunai to continue watching. After a while, Naruto left the window, walked out of view, and towards the restroom. Shortly after, he returned to his chair and continued watching. This went on for about 10 more minutes. Sasuke turned around when he heard a knock at the door. Taking small, silent steps, he walked over to the door and looked through the peephole. On the other side of the door was one of the hotel workers waiting patiently